argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Well, now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Galt. Like, just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds and Ja Rule get a scream for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that way.
Oh, this is the greatest show in the history of shows.
We brought.
Oh my God! Bro, baby, shake it. Let's go.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Stop. Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Hold up.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Oh shit, are we live already? Give me 1 second. Are we live? Are we live already? Yeah, I guess we are. Damn. Shit, let me I went so long early. I swear to you, I didn't plan to go that long. But I mean, yesterday was interesting, honestly. Again, you know, as I was saying, you know, I was expounding more. You know, yeah, I mean, my living in the virtual world where I have to deal with people, and you know, a lot of times what they say to me, man, I just can't. That shit got going one ear out the other. You know, keep pushing. But on the internet world, it's different. People have different motivations. Oftentimes, it's not profit driven, and then so you know that partly is where my you know, my mind has to shift. It's not necessarily say that, you know, everything I do, you know, I want it to be, you know, a success. You know, if I go cut my grass, I want it to look nice. If I put on a show for you, you see shit. We got a road over here, a stream deck, a mic, and a computer, and shit. Got two. As a matter of fact, I got 2 computers, you know. And so from that standpoint, you know, I like to keep pushing, and I don't want anyone to distract me from what I want to get accomplished. But that probably stems from my, you know, my position, you know, my mindset from the physical world. But on the virtual world, you know, trolls and people that say things you disagree with. I mean, you know, a lot of people don't like Stanley, you know, disagree with his opinions and stuff like that. And I think I'll take a lot of what, you know, I do in the physical world and apply it here. And so that may or may not work sometimes. You know, people are like, why do you have Stanley up here? But in the physical world, you know, people think I have like all black tenants. And so my mindset is from all black tenants. I've had a white tenant call up here. Motherfucker been with me years. And so I know how to deal with both sides. I have experience with both sides, and with many different people, diversity in the truest form. And, I think a lot of times, and that includes people that don't like me. I'm sure that the people that pay me money every day, every week, or whatever, these people don't necessarily like me, and oftentimes they call me names, right? Some of it I take exception to. I want to battle with them in terms of ideas because I think these people have been propagandized. But again, it's just my personality. I'm just not going to take a lot of things personally. So you hear a lot of times people will say, John Galt doesn't ban anyone. And I don't even understand why someone would come up here to push someone's buttons to get banned. That's not something that typically happens in, out in the real world, the physical world. If you're going around pushing people buttons, people will respond. But in the virtual world, you can do this shit and, threaten people to pull up on them and shit like that. And everyone knows that they're idle threats. I remember Get Crack was up in once. He said, someone pulled a gun on somebody and they're like, nigga, shoot the gun. You're not going to shoot us. You're going to shoot the camera and we're not going to give a fuck. And, I think it is that kind of emotion that they are taking from the regular world, the physical world, as I call it. And they are bringing these emotions online. In many cases, not everyone, clearly, and everyone has a different motivation, but you do see a lot of that. People get really, really into their feelings. And then I think there are the people that see that you're into your feelings because of this, and maybe you take exception to the words and I'm saying feelings or whatever. But if people know that they can poke you, then they just keep poking. And, I don't know. I don't know why they keep poking. That doesn't make sense to me either, but they do. And, part of the reason why I don't poke people in the virtual world because you don't do it in the physical world, but you can do it in the virtual world. Well, it's freedom of speech. Say what you like. So there is a balancing act, and there is no right or wrong answer because again, no one's being harmed here. You have your right to not want to be bothered with it or not, or be bothered with it or not. I understand that point of view too. So anyway, those are my thoughts on it. And again, I think it's just me being a landlord, where a lot of the outside noise I don't even pay attention to. And, I think that's really all I have to say about it. Yeah. But anyway, I see we got Tom Gully in the chat, Brian Nichols, Daniel Nixon. What's going on, Daniel Nixon? What kind of work do you do, man? Just out of curiosity. I know Richard's a software developer, project manager, or something to that effect. He wants some software developer. What type of work do you do? Brian Nichols, same thing. What field are you guys interested in? I don't know if you know that, but in DC, it's like a typical conversation starter. And people always say people here say that that's not typical anywhere else. I'm not sure if it is or not. You tell me. But we often lead off a conversation here. Like, hey, what kind of work do you do? More so, where do you work? Just some government agency typically, or you're contracted for a government agency. So that's why I asked the question. That's kind of what led me to ask you that question here. But look, guys, I spent a lot of energy on that earlier stream. It's warming up now. It's about 50 degrees, Daniel Nixon. So we will be doing the street interviews. I actually like the street interviews. I don't know if you noticed, but I bought a travel bag, a road travel bag, and I bought like a mini version of the road that you see here. That makes it a little bit lighter for me to travel with. And I think on some of the earlier live stream street interviews, I was carrying around this big road, and it's capable of having 5 or 7 people, 4 or 5 people. But I don't need that many people, so I bought a smaller podcaster for the street interviews there. So I can't wait to do it. Actually, I'm waiting on it to warm up. It's 50 degrees right now. If it gets about 60 degrees, I may get back out there and see how it works there. We'll see. People have coats on, so maybe they have talk. Yeah, so yeah, guys, Daniel Nixon, Deacon Dave, what type of work do you do? What industries are you in? I'm curious to know, and I'm going to drop the link here to, I went a couple hours this morning, so if you guys want to comment on some of the things we talked about earlier, feel free. pretty hot right now. Looking for some conversation here. I'm gonna look through the chats. Pretty young. Oh man, most of my tenants aren't that bad. Honestly, it really not that bad. If they were, I'd have more stories. I don't have any stories. Most of them are just paying, or they're, you know, the biggest problem these days are that they're slow in paying. You know, people are a few days behind. I got another guy here. He's about a week behind. And typically, I don't allow that to happen, but you know, he's been here a while. I think you heard him on the stream the other day. So, yeah, he's been here a while. So, we get into some kind of news while we I'm away from like the regular bullshit here. Let's see. I had something about oh yeah, I wanted to show this to you. I'm not sure if Philippe got his tenant out the other day, and so he said the guy left a lot of trash, man. Like I think he said about 20 bags of trash. So he's got his work cut out for him. But and he's working on his other house too, so he's pretty busy. He's pretty busy right now. How many of you? I know all of you guys have heard about the Proud Boys, right? The Proud Boy. What was his name? Enrique Tarrio. So I guess he was here in DC recently, and here's Enrique Tarrio confronting one of the crooked cops, Michael Panone. Yeah. Before I play this video, how many of you have looked into these the Capitol police officers that were involved in kind of like some of the events on January 6th? Anyway, here's there's a black guy that shot the white woman clearly, and here's one of the more controversial cops. This is a white guy. You'll see him later. You'll notice something interesting about him.
You guys were brave. You guys are assholes. So please just back off.
You know who's an asshole? Somebody that sits in my sentencing and laughs while I get sentenced to 22 years.
That's Enrico Tarrio right there, the black guy right there.
That's an asshole.
Or whatever he is.
You were brave on Twitter, and your buddy was brave on my sentencing, and he was laughing when I got 22 years. And now you don't even want to look my way. You pretend I'm not here, right? Yeah, keep it walking. Keep walking. Come on, go.
You guys are traitors. Back off.
This is certainly fun. You want me to do this now?
You guys were brave on the sentencing, and you sat there, you laughed when I got 22 fucking years. Now you don't even want to look at my eyes. You fucking coward. You were a coward that day. You were a coward after.
You notice the tattoos like all over his neck. Yes, kind of, I guess cops are allowed tattoos now, but this guy kind of has a checkered background. As many people like to criticize the police. This is one of the police officers that was criticized that day. I think his background is a little spotty. I don't remember it off the top of my head. Maybe we'll look him up after this. Huh?
Let's go home. You're a traitor to this country.
Yeah, so are you,
traitor to this country.
You're a fucking traitor.
Fucking
Piece of
traitor
shit.
to this country.
That's why they fired your ass, and that's why your own people turned on you, piece of shit. You and your fucking boy over here. You fucking traitor. And the other one's another fucking traitor. Little failure. Run from me, motherfucker. Run from me.
He's not staying in the hotel. He's trespassing.
You fucking piece of shit. Run from me.
Fuck you.
Oh, you can say that while you're over there, motherfucker. You didn't do shit.
Fucking bald-headed bitch. Fuck you. Tourette's, man.
That was Enrique Tarrio again. I keep asking myself, why is he in DC, man? Like he's really playing a game. He fuck around, get put back in jail again. I would stay out of DC if I were him. This is the officer that he was arguing with here. Michael Fanone, he's a Capitol Hill police officer. Now, I don't think he's a police officer anymore. Let's see. Yeah, he's a he's a DC officer. I thought he was a Capitol Hill police officer. Okay. Let's see what they're saying here. I'm sure there's going to be an ad. Oh, no, maybe not.
6th says he now fears for his safety and the safety of his family after President Trump's J6 pardons. 5 men pled guilty to dragging Michael Fanone into a crowd of rioters where he was beaten and tased. The former officer told News 4's Drew Wilder he feels betrayed by his country.
He devoted more than 20 years to protecting our neighbors, and now he's trying to protect himself and his family. Former D.C. police officer Mike Fanone went into the Prince William County Courthouse today seeking protective orders against the 5 men who pled guilty to violently assaulting him during the January 6th Capitol insurrection.
I mean, the fact that I have to do this to try to, afford my family some degree of protection is outrageous. But we are in the age of government lawlessness.
Within hours of being sworn back into the Oval Office, President Donald Trump made good on a campaign promise to pardon or commute the sentences of January 6th defendants.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Among those pardoned, the 5 men who pled guilty to dragging Mike Fanone into the crowd of rioters, beating him, and electrocuting him with a stun gun device. Daniel Rodriguez, now fully pardoned, pled guilty in 2023 to multiple federal charges.
Wait a minute, he's Hispanic too? Damn.
Including injuring an officer with a violent weapon. The Department of Justice used this video from Fanone's body camera as evidence that Rodriguez electrocuted Fanone on January 6th. Fanone would later suffer a heart attack and ultimately resigned from the D.C. Police Department. Daniel Rodriguez was sentenced to serve 12.5 years until he was pardoned and released from prison.
I feel betrayed. I feel betrayed by my country.
When the president issued the pardons, it also eliminated any protective orders that might have been in place. That's why Fanone is now seeking protective orders against the 5 men convicted of assaulting him 4 years ago, who are now all out of prison.
Those of us who find ourselves in the crosshairs of Donald Trump cannot depend on these government institutions, which, for centuries have been charged with keeping Americans safe.
He was shocked, beaten, and tonight, former officer Mike Fanone feels like he's been stabbed in the back by the very institutions he fought to protect. Reporting in Prince William County, Drew Wilder.
Michael Fanone. Anyway, on one side he's a hero, on the other side he's like a villain. It'd be interesting to see how it all turns out for Michael Fanone. I wonder what he does for a living there. Let's see, where should I go here? Guys, any topics you want me to cover? We covered quite a bit earlier today. Quite a bit of topics I went through. Some of them I didn't cover, though. Let's see. Give me 1 second. 1 second here. I did want to share this. Wrong tab here. Hold on. And here's pulling up here. So there's been a lot of talk related to here it is here. I'll just let it play.
Hitler should have wiped fucking Jew. You have the right to fucking party and I don't. Fuck you and fuck your mother and your grandmother and your great grandmother, you fucking fake Jew. What about Hitler again? I said Hitler should have wiped every fucking one of you off the planet.
Said arrest me or call the fuck up. You call me a Jew again. There it is again.
That was a Jamaican man. I mean, I didn't even know Jamaicans had such strong feelings toward Jewish people, but geez, he's saying the Jews should have been wiped out by Hitler there. Where he's crying. But it's interesting, again, like all of the, there are a lot of groups that have a lot of ire for the Jewish people. Again, I grew up in Alabama. I never really seen or heard of a Jew before until I got up north. And there seems to be now it's like a lot of animosity toward the Jewish people. I don't know if anyone has ever seen this clip right here. Take a look at this. Let me blow this up. Let me see if I can blow this up. Let's see. I'll blow it up. Yeah. Everyone see that? Let me blow it up again. Can everyone see that? Yo, you saw this video on Daniel Nixon. Man, this is an amazing video here. The cop came to intervene, I guess, in a fight or whatever. I think this migrant, the one that's stabbing the cop. The policeman died. Damn. Well, and so the cop came and threw the citizen on the ground, whatever. I can't, is this Germany? Okay, German police. So he threw the German resident on the ground, citizen. And the migrant who was causing all the problems came and just stabbed the cop in the back. And apparently, as Daniel Nixon says, he died. And here's the caption to it. This picture from 2024 symbolizes Europe in the 21st century, a police officer subduing the victim, quote unquote, of an Islamic attack, while the Islamists who had been detained by patriotic citizens broke free and stabbed the police officer in the back, killing him. And there is the video of that. Jeez. Please. Dang. Yeah, that's a sad video right there. Sheesh. Yeah, he detained the wrong guy. And the guy that was being detained by the citizens was later, he broke free from them and stabbed the officer who had the other guy. He was distracted with the wrong guy. And so, man, it's very sad there. Very, very sad. Someone sent me this right here. And so I'll play this. I'll try not to play too much from the earlier stream, but we covered quite a bit from the earlier stream. And I can play that. But I do have to play this one. For anyone that wasn't here at the earlier stream, I hadn't seen this before, but this shit was funny right here.
Couldn't cook. He couldn't boil water. He used to make the best banana mayonnaise sandwiches, and he used to make syrup sandwiches. Because George couldn't cook, he couldn't boil water. He used to make the best banana mayonnaise sandwiches, and he used to make syrup sandwiches. Because George couldn't cook, he couldn't boil water.
Fucking amazing. George couldn't cook, couldn't boil water. God damn. And he's an American hero today. That is fucking amazing, right? Who knew George couldn't even fucking boil water? You got people bowing down, kneeling to this guy. Fucking amazing, bro. Fucking amazing. Here's a video someone sent me this time.
Yeah, I'm standing on Crooked Crockett's ass tonight. Crooked Crockett said she don't know what $5,000 would do for us. What the fuck? I'm pretty sure it'll do a lot. I mean, hell, I can pay my damn car note off. Let me drop $5,000 on my car. Somebody can pay their credit card bills down. Somebody can pay their car insurance up for 6 months or maybe a year. Like, this is the shit I'm talking about. I disagree with her on this. How the hell are you gonna tell us you don't know what we can do with $5,000? Oh, you got that much money to where you saying $5,000 ain't shit? Obviously, it ain't shit to you. Obviously.
Jasmine Crockett, you said you don't know what $5,000 would do for me. Well, give it here and let me figure it out. This lady is crazy.
There's no way Jasmine Crockett had the audacity to say we're not in the business of handing out money, but at the same time, the Democrats are handing out all the money. Oh my God, I'm so angry behind that. How are you gonna have the nerve to go on TV and say that? Y'all not in the business of handing out money, but y'all gave all the money away during that administration. Please make this make sense. I don't know. I'm convinced they're free falling. They're out of control. This is out of control. First and foremost, the other bald-headed black lady that came up there, what was her name? Anaya Presley, gonna tell everybody she want to censor the American people. And y'all okay with this? I'm done. I'm out of here, man. It was so real. I had to double back because it pissed me off so bad.
So I was just sitting here scrolling on TikTok, minding my business, and I seen something with House Representative Jasmine Crockett. She thinks that Americans don't need the $5,000. How out of touch are you, sweetie? You don't think the American people deserve $5,000 of their own money? This is not a gift from the government. Our money made the government. In fact, you wouldn't be sitting in the position you're in right now without our tax dollars rolling through this government. So please stop speaking on what you think American people need.
So Jasmine Crockett said today, Representative Jasmine Crockett said that Americans do not need $5,000. In fact, she doesn't even know what you will do with it. This just goes to show how disconnected the Democrats are from the American people.
Jasmine Crockett is on the losing side in this. If she wants to argue with Trump about different things, rebate checks are not the thing to argue with Trump about. So this woman actually went on TV talking about how she is against Donald Trump potentially giving $5,000 rebate checks to every American family. She even went on to say, what is $5,000 going to do for you? I don't know what $5,000 is supposed to do for you. And then she went on to say that we're not in the business of giving out money. So you mean to tell me that the American taxpayer dollar can be sent to countries and organizations and people all over the world without our consent? But when it comes to Americans actually receiving a small fraction of those taxpayer dollars back in the forms of a $5,000 rebate check, your response is, we're not in the business of giving out money. People in your district elected you to serve their interests. You're not in the business of giving money back to them and helping put money back in their pocket. But you are in the business of funding migrants, staying in luxury hotels in New York City. You are in the business of making sure that our tax dollars go to different countries all over the world.
Now, I want you to think about, I was on a panel with Sharon Bracey and them niggas up there talking about reparations. All these niggas that was on this video probably believe in reparations too. We're going to get reparations. We deserve reparations. And Jasmine Crockett just said, bitch, you bitches, you niggas, no, you ain't getting $5,000. What the fuck you going to do with that? I know better than you. So you really think they're gonna get reparations? Like, I mean, I don't understand their logic. Listen to Black people. That's right. So she ain't gonna give you $5. You think she gonna give you niggas millions in reparations? You think she gonna be on board with that? She just told you. She ain't even willing to give you $5 and your own fucking money is being misspent every other place. She's not gonna give you that. So, so the niggas again, the Sharon Bracey. I wish Sharon Bracey could hear this and hear what I wonder what that nigga would say when this black bitch just told him, a black bitch that he probably would argue to elect. That black bitch told him, nigga, you ain't getting nothing. You ain't getting nothing. Not even $5,000.
We are not in the business of giving out money.
I wonder who is we? Who is the we that she speaks of? She's a part of the elites now, right? And she said we, the government, which I'm a part of. I'm supposed to be representing you.
We're not in the business of giving out money.
Nope.
And honestly, I don't know what
We're in the business of taking money. And all you poor ass niggas that ain't got $500.
$5,000 will do for you.
I don't know what it would do. 5,000 would do for you.
Happy Sunday, Jordan.
Huh?
I said happy Sunday to you, John.
They can't get no clearer than that. Can the free zone? Can they get any clearer than that? These niggas arguing for reparations, man. They need to listen to that Jasmine tell them, nigga, you ain't getting nothing.
Yeah, she is debunking the reparations argument as we speak. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Now, don't get me wrong, 5K would be inflationary, but to suggest that they don't the people don't need 5K, but then push reparations, which is millions. It's come on, bro. Like
Man,
pick a
I tried
side.
to
You
tell-
can't.
I
Nah,
tried
it's
to
not gonna
tell
work.
him. I tried to tell him, right? See, really, you know, man, this really highlights the flaw in reparations argument is because again, she's not even for $5,000 for everybody. So how you gonna be for millions for one group of people, right? Like, how the fuck that logic add up? It doesn't make sense. But she will argue in front of these blacks that are arguing for reparations. If she went on Sharon Bracey panel, she would not shut them down and say, nigga, y'all ain't getting no reparations. She would be telling them, egging them on, yeah, we're gonna get it. And then she go back here and say, nigga, we're not in the business of giving out nothing. Right? That's what she just said. She's a part of the we that gives out the money or takes the money.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't in the business of giving out no motherfucking money. Right?
Yeah. And it's not well. The good thing is though about the 5K is that it wouldn't be as inflationary because it's not like they're printing new money to give everybody 5K. This is money that's already in circulation. So you would get a little bit of inflation, but it's not going to be drastic to the point like compared to like the pandemic, where they not only did they hand out money at an astronomical rate, they were printing money at an astronomical rate, which you see what I'm saying? So it's two mechanisms at play as opposed to just one.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure it would be inflationary from the standpoint if they cut spending just the same as if they gave us back the 5,000. Right. That's not necessarily inflationary. The inflation would comes in if they gave us 5,000 and kept spending as if they didn't give us the 5. Now you got inflation. But if they cut spending and gave us the money back and let us spend it where we better saw fit instead of their middlemen and nonprofit organizations, you know.
You know what? Now that I think about it, not only are they cutting spending, there are massive layoffs all over the country, like right now, in the private sector and the public sector. So it actually may not be that inflationary for 5K.
If they cut this spending, man, it's not going to be. Man, let me tell you, years ago, man,
That's a good point.
I was interviewing for a job at it was a Homeland Security. It was right near Chinatown, downtown DC, and this was, Homeland Security is a fairly new agency. Not sure if you knew this. Did you know that?
Say that again.
Homeland Security is a fairly new agency. Did you know that?
Yeah. It's not that long. It's not that old.
It ain't been in existence most of our lifetime, right? And so I go to this Homeland Security office. It was a brand new office, right? Now, one fucking employee in the whole floor, on the whole floor, literally, not one. They were staffing up, right? And this is a new agency. They're staffing up. Literally, the entire floor was empty, bro. Empty. They had computers, they had desks, and I guess you could say that they would, there was a need for the position because eventually they want to staff them. They were looking to hire me. But this is how it looked, bro. This is how it looked. And again, like, there are these people in government that form little fiefdoms, and part of the way that they go about cementing their fiefdom is by hiring a bunch of people, right? If you hire a bunch of people, you must need them, and if you got a bunch of people, then that makes it harder to fire them, right? All these people have these protections and all this kind of shit, and so look at this. This is a government agency.
Day with President Trump's order to Hi everyone, Kelly Loeffler. It's my second day here at the SBA. I could not be more excited to be here. So I thought I'd take a walk. And what I found is that exactly what's been said is true. About 90% of our employees are working from home. Well, that ends Monday with President Trump's order to return to work. It's a tremendous waste of taxpayer dollars to be paying for people and offices that are not showing up for work. So what we're going to do Monday morning, be back in the office, just like our small businesses that we serve every single day, that work for us 7 days a week. We're going to be here working for them.
And, again, that is all over the government, bro. Floor after floor after floor of empty buildings. But managers and upper management, middle management, GS-15s and shit like that, they're managing ghost employees. I guarantee you, bro. I guarantee you And that is one of the reasons, like when you're fighting fraud in an organization, you ever heard a company say something like this? Everyone must reapply. You ever heard that before? You ever?
Absolutely.
You know one of the reasons.
Yeah.
You know one of the reasons why they do that.
Oh, why they do that?
So you know how many real employees you have, right? How many? Right. You ever heard companies, and this is somewhat of a rudimentary tactic. They'll say everyone must come pick up their paycheck. They don't do it as much anymore. But
yeah, okay, yeah.
Everybody come pick up your paycheck. Let me put an eye on you. Come sign for this motherfucker, right? Because then you start to see how many checks are being printed and there are no real employees, right? That money going into somebody's bank account. It doesn't, you know, that employee doesn't exist. These people have been away from work for, you know, years now. And they have a lot of control where they could have hired their uncle, their cousin, their brother, and anybody that's on payroll, but it's a make work job. It's a ghost job. I think that's what the term for it. And so by making them come back to work, you're going to be able to match up who's in a seat and who's on payroll. You see what I'm saying? You'll be able to put them, you know, you'll be able to have kind of a one-to-one match. Whereas now you have people off in the ether doing nothing, getting paid. And Trump is combating that by making these people come back to work. Again, Troll said, what are y'all talking about? And what we're talking about here is like the state of the buildings here in DC. Let me see if I can show that again to you. This is an office building here in DC, government building. And here it is.
Employees are working from home. Well, that ends Monday with President Trump's order to return to work. It's a tremendous waste of taxpayer dollars to be paying for people and offices that are not showing up for work. So what we're going to do Monday morning, be back in the office, just like our small businesses that we serve every single day, that work for us 7 days a week. We're going to be here.
When you think about the utility bills in a building like this, the Wi-Fi, you know, just you got to keep the building warm, everything, right? And no one's at work, you know, and Trump is really attacking that. What do you think about that, Free?
I mean, I think that they just not, I don't know, man. I just think that Trump is not playing, man. He's not playing. Like everything. It's really funny to see the people who voted for him based on what he said he was going to do, turn around and be all shocked and shit 1 month in because he's doing the very things that he said he was going to do.
Yeah. That is kind of amazing.
You see what I'm saying? Like, we're, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't think he was going to do half of the stuff or get a ball rolling on half of the stuff. And we a month in, like.
What are you surprised that he's done? What are you surprised he's done that he said he was going to do?
I didn't think Doge was going to do anything.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to do much. Like when I heard, I didn't realize how real the shit was when I started hearing about Elon and the Treasury. I was like, oh.
Did you see the stream I did where I talked about like kind of the origin of Doge?
No, I don't think I did.
You know, Doge basically came in existence. It's a kind of a repurposing of an organization that came into existence. The organization was created after Obamacare. And Stanley Cross is, you know, he probably correct me on any technicality that I say here. But basically, it was created with access to all agencies, federal agencies, their IT departments. And so the D in Doge used to be digital services. So it was USDS. It was an organization created by Obama after Obamacare website needed a lot of help. I remember his website had a lot of trouble. Remember that? It crashed like the first day, within the first couple hours.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right.
Yeah,
and so
absolutely.
They created USDS, United States Digital Services, to repair that website. And we could get into who they chose to fix, to create the website initially. I think there was some DEI or DIE at play. But so Trump took USDS, changed the D to Doge, and inherited all of the access to federal agencies across the federal government. And that is why Doge, in a nutshell, has been so effective at going across these government agencies like that. So it was a backdoor opened by Obama, in a sense, because of his failure at launching the website. I remember looking at when his website failed. I was like, man, I could have done that shit. Man, a couple of people could have done it. And I don't know if you remember, right after he launched his website, a kid developed
A kid did it, yeah.
my website, and it was just as good as Obama. He did it for like pennies to what Obama paid for millions. And yeah, you remember that.
What's interesting about Doge is that people are treating Doge like it's some very, very unique thing in history, and it's really not. Like most presidents have advisors that shake shit up and redistribute stuff around. This isn't a uncommon thing. Obama had one. I forgot the person's name, but he had an advisor, a consigliere, as it would. You know what I'm saying? Like this isn't anything new. Now there are certain aspects of this that make it different, but overall it's not all that different.
Well, I think he's attacking the a lot of the rot that is within the government. And I think honestly, that's how a lot of these people have gotten rich, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how they've gotten rich, and that is why you see them showing so much passion at him trying to cut the money, as opposed to advocating for better services for their citizens. I mean, you just follow them around, and that's where their money is. Let me share something. There's many videos, and I should go downtown, and I can show some of you guys what's really going on here in DC. Let me share this with you. I'm gonna wait till the ad goes off. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, like the only thing that I think is different about Doge is that the person running it is a billionaire in the private sector. That's pretty different, right? And then the other thing is the whole intention of Doge, even though it's to cut and redistribute stuff, they're doing it for the purposes of, as they say, right, redistributing it to the people. So basically, like a business would be, he's basically treating the country like Tesla. He cuts he cuts the spending, he cuts the bread, and then during you get a dividend check. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what he's doing. That's aside from that, everything else is pretty much the same.
Take a look at this right here. This kind of highlights what the federal employees kind of like, what they're up against here. I hope I have the right tab. Let me share it with you. Let me know if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? All right.
Yeah,
listen to it.
Federal employees who have been let go, their friends and supporters, and those who still have a job gathered to offer support, raise money, and swap stories.
Yo, I just noticed this is in my close to a couple of my houses here. I mentioned a while back there was a bar here in DC. They only serve canned beer and like airplane bottles of wine, and the name of the bar is Red Derby, and that's the bar right there. And so this is the bar next to it. Maybe Red Derby. I'm not sure.
Top stories.
They wonder if they'll be next. My boss's boss was actually fired today.
You notice anything interesting about this free zone? You notice anything interesting about this free zone?
Got the mask. When is this? Why she got a mask on?
Nigga, the other day, nigga.
Why she got a mask on?
Nigga, this the other day. Nigga, this February 21st, nigga. What do you think she got that mask on for? These motherfuckers still wearing, bro, they still wearing masks up this motherfucker. That's an N95, bro. That's their duck. They point me that cone man.
Crazy.
You supposed to be wearing when you doing drywall and shit. You got that duck goose on there.
Out of nowhere, she was a great worker, wasn't a probationary worker, and so I'm wondering, will I be next?
This happy hour fundraiser at a Northwest DC bar.
See, now listen, like these are upscale liberals, bro. So hooked on the government tea. And instead of going to look for another job, they having fundraisers and protests and shit for their job that might be cut. In the rest of the world, nigga, when you know your job on the chopping block, either you work harder, and if there's no option to keep your job, you start looking for another one, right?
Yep. Yeah,
Right?
I've
You
been
don't
there.
have
Yep.
fundraisers, going out there drinking shit. Woe is me. We losing our job. See, these people have never faced the real world in terms of the job market, right? Some of these people have never been faced the threat of being fired, laid off, right? They live 20. I mean, bro, I've been here since 1999. It's never been a down year. Never been a down year. All that, what they call that shit, 2008, the real estate crash. These niggas have never missed a paycheck, bro. 20-something years, right? They've never missed a paycheck. They've never had to plan on missing a paycheck. You understand? Like even when they had those, what they call that shit, when they shut down the government, right?
The government, when they shut it down.
When they had a government shutdown, it's usually be about a month or two, right? Usually be about, and these are very high paid employees, right? In other words, that this is a well-to-do neighborhood right there. Like if you got bars like this in your neighborhood, the houses in this neighborhood, 700,000 minimum in this neighborhood right here. This is her neighborhood bar. This is where they're drinking, right? These people have money. They've been making money for a long time to buy $700,000 houses. She's fairly young, as you can tell, right?
Right.
And instead of her going out looking for a job, and the news is covering it. You know how many other people lost their job? News ain't covering them. There's no fundraisers for them. They just got to go drive Uber or something. But these people become a part of more or less the establishment. They have just as much incentive to fight Trump as the Democrats and Republicans, because this is how they make their daily bread. They can't make this kind of money anywhere else, bro. They can't go out in the private sector and make a living the way they're making a living, working from home for the last 4 or 5 years. That doesn't exist in the private sector. So they're going to fight like hell, right? And listen,
It's a small show of solidarity for the thousands of workers. This federal worker who asked not to be identified still has her job, but says she fights the feeling of dread each day.
It's every day, that you are able to log into your email. You're kind of relieved, but at the same time, I think one of the worst parts about this is the torture of not knowing when you'll be let go.
Nigga, everybody. That's a
like,
normal
nigga,
thing.
I'm already gone, bro. Like, this is what I'm saying, man. I was in this situation before, and by the time they dropped the hammer, I was out. My resume was fresh. I had three interviews lined up. I ended up getting one of the jobs. I was gone. And I didn't like the job that I transferred to, but no, I'm not finna sit there and wait for the fucking hammer to drop. No, I'm gone, man. I'm out.
Right.
Peace.
And you see the mindset.
But they don't understand that, bro. Because most of them got bullshit jobs, bro. Let's just keep it real. They've been given overpaid for having bullshit jobs, boring bullshit jobs, where if they got cut, nobody would miss them. And so they feeling it now because they've never had to actually think about any other option. They thought they had job security. They thought they had it. You know what I mean? There ain't no such thing.
Well, their job security was on the backs of American workers. Right? That's the crazy part. It'd been one thing if they were sitting over in a corporate company just getting paid. Fuck it, take it out their coffers. But to work the American people down to a bone and have us working hard, facing loss of job, and then they demand that they live above that. Like, how the hell does that work? Right? We're the ones that supposedly fund this. And we can lose our jobs to fund you, but you can't. And it's kind of upside down. But it just kind of shows you, how they've been coddled for so long. And now Donald Trump is bringing in a dose of the real world to them. Right? Most people don't have 24-year job security. And it's good to see this happening here. Hey, Freeze on Lou, you married, right?
I am.
Yeah, I want to share this with you then. I talk about this a lot. And tell me what you think about this. I talk about this a lot here. I don't know if it's a video, but
While you pull that up, let me talk to my smarter half, Stanley. Stanley, I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm about my money when it comes to politics. All this social shit, I don't give a fuck. I'll let you handle that, my brother. You my smarter half. You the social half. I'll let you handle the social part. I'm over here getting money. I still got my money from when they first gave us stimulus checks during the pandemic. I just put it in crypto. It's nothing over here, bro. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. The shit that you think I should give a fuck about, I don't. I want my money. That's it. Because if I get enough money, I can get away from all that shit. As you did.
Take a look at this right
Shout
here.
out to you, bro.
New York City renters face skyrocketing singles tax as solo living gets pricier. And before I get into the article again, man, you know, I've been saying this. I've been saying it, right? What they're terming a singles tax is really, I would say, people living like migrants, causing the price of housing to go up. And well, if you are single and the migrant next door to you has 5 in a 2-bedroom apartment and you're paying for that 2-bedroom by yourself, yeah, you can call it a singles tax if you want, but it is a tax in a sense, right? The prices, your good, a desired good, is going to skyrocket because you got five workers next door to you. Even if they make less money than you, considerably less money than you individually, 5 people in a 2-bedroom, they're splitting the utilities, right? That's going to lower their costs relative to you, and so on and so forth. And what's up, Mayo Monkey?
Hey, what's up, you guys?
What's up?
Yeah, what's good? Hey, I'll be right back, John.
Yeah. And so in this article right here, go ahead. What's up?
Oh yeah, I wanted to come up for this because I've been single my entire adult life.
Is that right?
So.
Okay. Yeah, you know, again, you know, I was on a panel the other day. I think it was Sharon Bracing, and I was telling him, I was saying, man, you know, like, you know, when I'm seeing as a landlord, I see a lot of these migrants, they're teaming up. I had a phone call, or I was in an Uber, and the migrant guy says 5 or 6 of them live in one house, and he pays about $700. They each pay about $700, and they live in a nice part of the DC metro area, Fairfax County. Whereas if they wanted to live there individually, it'd be $5,000. But 5 or 6 of them splitting it, it's affordable. And you see here in this article, being single in New York isn't just emotionally, it's expensive financially as well. Renters who live alone are paying a staggering $20,000 more per year than those who split a home with a partner or roommate, making the so-called singles tax in New York City nearly 3 times the national average. The study shows that 40,000 annual rent for people living on their own in New York City. Wow. Is reflective of a 24% increase in rents. I will argue that much of that increase is due to migration, honestly.
Oh, a lot of it is, especially in New York.
You know, we profiled an African guy who was going out renting houses and housing migrants into a house. And they were moving in neighborhoods like what you and I may live in, but now they're able to better afford that house because instead of just you by yourself, they have 10 people. And you know, I think that makes the cost of housing go up for Americans who don't want to live like that. And it makes it very affordable for people who have no problem living like that. So yeah. I think that's very interesting there.
Well, and see, millennials and Gen Z, they come from a home environment where they never had to share a bedroom or much living space with a lot of people, most of them. You know, families got smaller. You know, 3-bedroom house is the standard. 2 kids is the standard. So they've had a private space all their life. Yeah. It would be damn near impossible for them as adults to share space with another adult.
Yeah. No, I would agree. That would be hard. It would be hard.
But, and, you know, all these people, you know, that want to live in New York, if you can't afford to live there, don't live there. You don't have a right to live in New York.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. I think, a lot of times it's a little bit more complicated than it was saying. I'm looking for an article to kind of get to the point you're making. Is that sometimes people get trapped where, they're living in a neighborhood and it changes kind of rapidly before you can move, or you're old or elderly, they can't move. And so, or if you're poor, you can't really move, even though it would be cheaper to live somewhere else. It'll be difficult for you to move.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
if your neighborhood starts going like that, you need to be ready to dump your property on the market in the early days, not later, once the neighborhood's fallen. Because the move isn't usually up.
There was an article. I was looking to see if I can find it. It was about an old white lady. If anyone can find it in the article, I think it'd be interesting. She'd, become of age, 70s and 80s, and her neighborhood had become primarily Muslim, right?
Yeah.
And so the Muslims had more or less taken over the neighborhood. There's no problem. I don't have a problem with Muslims. That's not the point. But the culture that they brought with them was totally foreign to her. And so she was of a certain age at this point where she didn't want to move, but she felt so, out of place in the neighborhood where she lived. So every day the Muslims would come and lowball her offers for her house. And there were really no other buyers other than Muslims. No other white person would come there. So her house was devalued at one point. And at the same time, it held a lot of value. You understand? Because the Muslim man is going to buy it was going to put 10, 15 people in there, where she was living there alone.
Yeah.
So it wasn't worth money. It wasn't worth it what it would have been worth in the open market if anyone were willing to live there. At this point, only Muslims would be willing to live there. And they see an old white woman in there, they're going to lowball her because they know she wants to get out of there, or she'll eventually die and they'll get the either way. And I think that that right there is another issue, that when you have a lot of migrants, and then you're going to have people that cater to them, and they're going to start catering to their own people, and it kind of squeezes. Somebody's going to get squeezed out, or you have to squeeze up, one of the two. And if you don't have the money to go up, then you end up just being stuck, right?
Yeah.
Not able to move, hardly able to pay your rent.
Yeah, but at this point, she should own the home.
Yeah.
Outright. She could rent it out also.
Well, imagine and I've told the story, bro. I once rented a room to a Hispanic couple, and then I guess they broke up, and the woman left the man there, and he brought in his essays, his homeboys. I couldn't really speak to the people. They weren't black. There's a language barrier there. And this was years ago. And I can only imagine now, see if you think I can rent to some trained Agra motherfuckers, they wouldn't even take me seriously, right? They'd be ready to kill somebody. And, when you're bringing in different groups of people, you really don't know where they're coming from. And I think that becomes, a real serious problem here. I play a video to highlight that. I go to the wrong stream. Give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, and the laws in most of these cities are way too renter friendly and actually support squatters.
Yeah. No, definitely. You're definitely right about that. Let me share this video with you. I meant to play it. Hey, did you watch the stream I did earlier? I went a little bit too long, but fair enough.
I caught the end of it.
Okay, great. You might should catch the first beginning. For those of you who haven't seen this, I meant to share this on the earlier stream here. 1 second, here it goes. Here it is. Now, I want to get your thoughts on this Mayo Monkey. Tell me what you think. And people in the chat, let me know what you think about this. This is Trevor Noah, South African guy. I don't know if I played this yet, so I'll play it again.
I found myself wondering, and this applies to America, and then maybe it'll go to other places in a different way because Finland ties in. Do you think that integration was the right move? Like, and now I'm separating two things because I know in America people are like, well, of course, I mean, there was racism and there's segregation, and I go, yeah, no, I'm separating them. Let's separate someone being oppressed and someone not being able to get a job and someone not being able to get a bank loan. Let's take all of those, the negative things away, because I'll put myself out personally and say, I think whether we're talking about gifted kids who are anomalous, let's say, to the norm, whether we are talking about, and I mean anything that does not fit into a category, I think the part of the reason Finland is able to do it is because, have you been to Finland?
It's very homogenous.
I've been to Finland. You know who's in Finland? Finnish people. That's it. That's it. And because they're all Finnish, there's an idea of like, no, we all head in the same direction. We all know what our actions mean. And that's a really powerful thing I've learned in communicating with other people. When I'm in a room with anyone where we start to tie together multiple things. So if I'm in a room with Black people, already there's like an implicit trust because we know what certain actions, words, and vibes mean. And then you're in a room with another African. Already. Now, even if you shout at me, I know what your shout means. The same way an Italian knows what an Italian shout means.
Yeah.
Right? I know I'm prefacing it with a lot because it's a loaded question.
Yes.
But I would love to know if you think integration was the right solution, maybe on the other side of what America of civil rights.
Yeah, no, I don't, and I don't think it's actually that controversial when if you understand that segregation and integration weren't the only options. Like those are within those two options, it may seem like integration is the more progressive. Like, of course, we don't want segregation. But again, when you're being integrated into institutions, into a culture that's a supremacist culture, that's a culture that feeds off of hierarchy, that feeds off of insecurity, anxiety, why are we being integrated into that?
What do you think about it?
That's true.
You agree with it?
Yeah.
Do you think that the integration is failed more or less?
Yes, because it was forced and not voluntary. Integration will happen over time. It's just human nature. But it was forced.
Yeah, it definitely was forced. It definitely was forced.
Literally at the barrel of a gun. And I think that's why it failed.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. I need to make sure this stream. What stream are we on here? Okay, I need to make sure I end the right stream here because there was a stream that's still live. It looks like. Let me make sure I end the stream. Give me 1 second. Sam, I am. Give me 1 second. I need to end this stream. It looks like it's still live here. What? Why is it still live? Why is it still live? All right, let me end this stream here. Let me see. Okay, make sure I'm in the right one. Oh, wait a minute. That's not it. It looks like we have two streams going. Can someone confirm that it's two streams going? It looks like it's two streams going.
Let me see, John. I'll see.
Yeah. The one from this morning, is it still going? I'm not sure.
Yep. The NAA Image Awards one, NCAA Image Awards one. Wait a minute.
Oh, damn, that one's still going? What's showing on that?
No, it's off. It's off. It's just I'm getting the circle.
Oh, okay. Damn. All right, fair enough. I don't know why it's still showing, but yeah, no. I think. I played this Trevor Noah. Yeah. Man, sometimes I forget. We have so many streams, I forget. Yeah, Sam I am Sadie agrees with her. Deacon Dave, Beef and Brock. Yeah, it's just looping the end. I don't know how to fucking. I think that's
probably a YouTube problem.
Yeah.
I think
because it says. Let me make sure that. Let me see. End stream and redirect your stream will stop immediately, and anyone's will be sent here. Oh, okay.
That's weird.
Let me end it. Okay. Yeah, I just did that. Yeah, I just ended it directly. I don't know why I didn't end it. OBS must not have ended it. Yeah, I closed it on Streamlabs, but OBS must not have ended the stream there.
Okay, it's good now. It's good
Yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah. I just ended the stream directly. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Yeah. You know, it's interesting that Trevor Noah had this had this kind of coming of age moment here, in the sense that, you know, he comes out of a country, you know, where he's from, right? South Africa.
Yeah.
And he's a mixed background, and you know, South Africa more or less is, I guess someone correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, they have the whites, the Indians, they have the mixed people like Trevor Noah, they have the blacks, I think Kwasans or whatever the hell their name, like the red people. And I think all of them kind of, you know, fit in certain levels, you know, in class and shit like that. And you know, it's interesting now that kind of once he's made it, he wants to turn his back on the integration that has seemingly worked for him. Like he wasn't saying these things 15 years ago. Or maybe he didn't realize it when it was working for him. But now that he's not on mainstream TV and he's on this smaller broadcast here, he's speaking to the truth to these people now. Integration didn't work. It doesn't work. Go ahead.
I think younger people, you know, they go at it more with zeal than intelligence.
Yeah.
When they go at these social issues, and I think they actually truly want to believe what they've been told their whole life is the way it is. Because to break somebody's narrative like that is literally breaking them nowadays.
Yeah, the propaganda.
If you were to disprove these things.
Yeah, the propaganda is very strong, you know.
Oh yeah, you know, it literally breaks their entire history, and a lot of it. It would prove to them a lot of decisions they made in their life were wrong.
You know, I think,
people
man,
don't want to face that.
You know, I think, man, it would also make a lot of, you know, aspects of their life a lot easier. Give me 1 second. Knew I had to have at least one cool beer here. Give me 1 second.
You're good, man.
As I take one out, I have to put one more in. But you know, one of the things he said that was interesting in here, and it kind of pointed out why you said when you said the white lady could rent her house, and I think it really centers on something like this. Listen to what he's saying here.
There's like an implicit trust because we know what certain actions, words, and vibes mean.
Yeah.
And then you're in a room with another African. Already. Now, even if you shout at me, I know what your shout means. The same way an Italian knows what an Italian shout means.
Yeah.
Right? I know I'm prefacing it with a lot because it's a loaded question.
Yes.
But I would love to know if you think integration was the right solution, maybe. On the other side.
And I think that's the biggest deal right there. It's like, like when a black person talks to me, or I know how to respond to him so as to lower the potential for conflict. He knows what the fuck I'm saying. I think it's just natural. You know, I had a guy on the stream, he's from Albania, and he talked about in their country, like they're very like, you know, demonstrative with their hands when they speak.
Yeah.
So they may pat you on the back, slap you on the shoulder, you know, in talking. And so he said one of the first things he had to learn was to not do that when he got here in America, right? But with talking to his own people, you know, he knew he could do those things. It was very natural for him. And he also told me a story about his brother. Got to fighting with someone, and they fight to the death over there. And he beat a guy really, really badly here in New York. And he ended up going to prison. And he was saying that, you know, his brother didn't understand, you know, fighting here in America versus fighting in Albania, right? You know, someone's fucking with you in Albania, you know, it's really serious business, you know, whereas if someone's fucking with you in America, you just can't go all out on the person, right? And this was a trained fighter. He went all out on someone, and they ended up putting him in prison. So I think those kind of things are, really highlight the differences in, culture and how people speak to each other. And, I think conflict arises when there's a inability to communicate effectively. That's what I think.
Yeah. Well, and the only thing I'd push back with the girl that was on the TV, she said supremacy. It's not supremacy. It's just the dominant culture in the area. Look how great putting 1,000 Somalis worked out for Minnesota.
It worked out for the Somalis.
They just dropped 1,000 of them in there. Yeah, it worked out for them. Didn't work out for anybody else.
Right.
And because it forces them to not have to integrate. Because they've built their own little Somalia.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't force them; it allows them to not happen.
Yeah. And the same thing's happening in Lewiston, Maine. Oh, Obama dumped a couple hundred of them, and now it's become a problem.
Mayo Monkey, I'm not sure if you saw this video. You can see a bunch of black pastors here. I'll let the video play, and I want to hear your thoughts on this. Chat, if you're watching, I want your comments too.
We need some accountability. We need to know exactly what's going on with that security guard, company. As clergy, as advocates of the community, as community members, we're here to let you know that we do not advocate, we do not honor, we do not celebrate, we do not desire, we do not accept violence in or against our community. The violence that was shown here against this woman is unacceptable. We support you. If you're out there, we pray that you would find one of us so we can get you the support that you need. But we stand for all of our sisters, all of our brothers, that this type of treatment, we will not allow it. And to Taco Bell and to this security company, you need to put training measures in place so this issue doesn't happen. This is a culture that's pervading this area. And this street, 7th Street, is the epicenter. And so there needs to be some cultural training on how to handle people. There's research.
There doesn't.
Man, these people, boy, man. I can't even play the whole video, man. These people are stupid as fuck.
And I'll put it this way, right? If they really cared about her, she wouldn't be living on the street now.
Man,
because
bro.
somebody would have walked by her, picked her up, and got her some help before this.
Bro, I'm going to tell you this, bro. These other cultures, shit, they handle their business, bro.
Yeah.
Bitch acting up, they slap that bitch. Period.
Give her a reset.
Damn straight.
Yep.
And these weak niggas done went down here talking about y'all need some training. Man, for what? Bitch, she need training, right? She need to be trained. And if you send her black ass down here again, we'll train this bitch.
The behaviors of them are always somebody else's issue. And you have to deal with this.
I bet you this black bitch won't go back in this Taco Bell fucking around again.
No more. John.
Hold on, goddamn. See, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at ignorant. She was a white woman. So what these niggas down there caping for her for? Oh, I know why. Ignorant. I know why ignorant. Is it because they gay? They like that white meat.
All white chicken.
That's why they like that meat. That white meat.
I hope this is a statement made from our actions here that it spills through this entire community to understand that there's a certain protocol that you got to handle people with. And by this or this.
Man, nigga, why don't you open your own fucking restaurant and deal with these people? Why you sending your goddamn people into these motherfucking restaurant? And then
the protocol in his community would have been shot.
Right. Damn right. Right. Like they can't open up. Like, man, I'm probably speaking this shit. Yeah, I'm being a dead horse now. But
they do, but they got
plexiglass. Look at all these men, bro. Like, how many men in here, bro?
Disrespect is not. But we all
These are
think
high dollar
that the scroller
dudes
to the street
About
who
12.
don't live in these neighborhoods.
They don't live there. They probably don't eat. Well, they probably eat Taco Bell.
About 12.
Look at all these men. Bro, you mean tell me all these men can't put their head together and open up a fucking Taco Bell so bitch ain't got to get slapped around at this Mexican? Man, honestly, put together
It is a
soul food restaurant.
franchise.
All you niggas, right? All you niggas can't open up something in your own neighborhood instead of going down here trying to tell these people how to treat you. Why don't you open up somewhere where you can treat your people however the fuck you want to treat them, right?
No, they can't because they live in a white neighborhood.
Well, go back to the black neighborhood where it's cheap, right? And open up something and then make your money like the Koreans and ride back to your white neighborhood with a grin on your face, right? Right? Like, shit, if everybody else doing, why you ain't doing it? Right? Right? If the Indians can go in there in these neighborhoods, right, and do what they do, then why he ain't got to do it? The Indians say, why she now we got to open the restaurant? Okay, well, keep getting slapped around.
The Hindus run liquor stores and corner stores now too.
Bro, listen. One of the reasons why I don't eat at these places, honestly, bro, I don't eat none of these shits. Taco Bell,
that's bad food, bro.
Because again, like you can see what type of people working there. People with animosity, ready to slap your ass around, blah blah blah. You don't know what they're doing to your food, right? These are the lords of lords working in here. You don't know what the fuck they're doing to your food, and so again, like. These blacks are eating this low quality food being served to them by foreigners who don't like their ass. How the fuck does that, man? How the fuck that make sense, man? Huh? Would you be eating some food from some foreigners that didn't like your ass, some cheap ass $2 food, man?
I might eat at these places more when machines make the food.
But what did Jesse Jackson say? Anybody remember what Jesse Jackson said?
Oh yeah, that it drives him crazy when he hears somebody walking around him at night and he turns around and sees that they're white and he's relieved.
Now he said something else too. Does anyone remember what Jesse said? Does anyone remember? No one remembers. No one remember what Jesse said. Let me see if I can find it. I think I found it. Let me see. I might have to download this shit. This is in the post is not available. Let me see. Damn, can't find it. Damn. Let's see. What? No, they ain't hide it. How did this nigga get that shit took down? But anyway, Jesse Jackson, when he said he used to work in restaurants, you know what he said he used to do? Spit in the white folk food.
See?
Yeah, he did.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all.
And you can see that the internet hides these niggers and their true feelings for white people. I don't know why they do that. Internet scrub Jesse Jackson's statement about spitting in white people food. That nigga, man, you think I go let a nigga feed me, make my food? You gotta be out your motherfucking mind, nigga. I don't eat out nowhere no more. Is it? Well, damn. Look, ad came up. Let me see. Let me see. What the fuck? This shit.
That's crazy, bro.
How the fuck I get this ad down? Here it is. Can you everyone see that? Everyone see that? Look at that. Internet scroll Jesse Jackson by spitting. That nigga hopped a load.
Good job.
Jesse Jackson used to work for the Jack Tar Hotel, which is located in Greenville, South Carolina. He himself did it. Before he left the kitchen with a tray full of custom food, he would spit into the food of the white people. That must sit on my soul.
Oh, Lord.
And you might want to know, why would a nigga want to do that? To people that he did not know, people that came into the restaurant so that he could have a job, right? No customer, no job. Is that how it works? Is that let's we get into the
unless you're a government worker, yeah.
Now we get into the nigger mindset. Understand? I should have covered this on the last year. This shit didn't come to my mind. The nigger mindset That nigga was spitting the food of the hand that feed him. That's a motherfucker right there. That nigga would destroy what allows him to feed.
Yeah. That's why I don't think reparations are about any past issues.
Yeah, that
They're
nigga
about
would
a
destroy.
get back.
That's a get back. Everybody see that right there. That nigga said, what did he say it would do? It would give him what? Why would he do it? He said it would give him psychological gratification. Something wrong with these niggas. Something wrong with that nigga.
Man, John.
Something wrong real bad with that nigga. A lot of these niggas. Something real bad wrong with these niggas, man. That you want to spit in somebody's food that you don't even fucking know.
John,
you like have anything against you, bro. And who dare really, like, if they letting you serve them their food, man, like they must have be ambivalent about you at worst, right? You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't got no strong feeling about you, because if they did, they wouldn't have no nigga serving them their food. And this bitch nigga was spitting their food.
John, you heard of Charleston White, right?
I heard he went to jail or some shit, right?
Yeah, no, but not talking about that. I sent you a little 2-minute video him talking about exactly what you're talking about. And he made and I wanted to get your opinion on it. I think just for you.
The white man is our only ally in this world. The white American man is our only ally in this world, because he will unite with us under our constitutional rights to help save his country. He's our real brother. The white man taught us how to read, homie. The Mexicans didn't. The white man died with us, homie, to help us get out of slavery. The Chinese didn't. The white man fought alongside the white Jewish man with Dr. King to help us get civil rights. The Mexican didn't, the Latin didn't, the Chinese didn't, the Cuban didn't. So he's really our only friend in the world. Because as much as y'all want to believe, if y'all leave this country, nigga, they go kick you worse than your ass. You go somewhere. Go to Africa and watch how them Africans treat y'all. Nigga, go somewhere. Man, don't nobody like us but the white boy and his white woman. They our only real friend, my nigga. I swear to God. I swear to God, homie, they our only real friend. That's why, homie, don't nobody else really fuck with us but white people.
That's very true, man. Man, you know, bro, man, I don't worked in white folk houses, cut their grass, you know what I'm saying? Work dinner parties. Shit, I learned how to set a fucking formal dining table from white people. You know what I mean? My grandmother worked for the motherfuckers. She used to bring sheets and curtains home. We would iron them motherfuckers. I never even knew people iron curtains and sheets and the shears and all that kind of shit. You know, a lot of shit, man. And, you know, I think there's a lot of cultural similarities between whites and blacks. I don't think blacks have anything in common with anybody else. And so it really is kind of sad to see them destroy the one relationship that may be natural. Natural, we have a lot of things in common, a lot of interests that are common: football, basketball. We eat similarly. And so it is very interesting to see them destroy the one natural ally that they had, you know, and isolate themselves. Very interesting. What do you think, Latino male monkey?
You could go, monkey.
No, like I said, integration happened over time. And it happened because it benefited both parties voluntarily.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, right now the big move for black-owned businesses, right, to focus on black people. Well, you're cutting out the rest of the population if you do that.
Well, here's what I say, man. I think that here's what I say. And I'm trying to couch this in the best ways possible. Understand? I don't want motherfuckers flaming me and shit like that. Not that I care, but I really have a more civil conversation. I think like I'm gonna give you a story. When I was in Africa once, there was a leak on the kitchen pipe, and I've told you the story. And they had to call an African to fix it. And he did the best he could to fix it. I mean, it was a rudimentary fix. He fixed it. I probably could have done better here in America if I had the parts. But with the minimal parts they had, he was able to fix it, stop it from leaking. Okay. Well, come a year from now, maybe they have better parts, and he'll be a better plumber, quote unquote. He bring his child along, learn how to do plumbing, and in 10 years from now, they'll have plumbers. There'll be a family of plumbers. That's just the way it works, in my opinion. That's why when you go in your town, no matter where you are, there's a Michael and Sons plumbers. There's so on and so forth, roofers and so forth. I think that the tragic flaw with these blacks is, again, they want to tell other people how to best do business with blacks instead of do business themselves. You understand? Yep. You need to treat us right. And I think that if you don't really know how to handle business, you can't really compete with people who do know how to handle business, right?
No, because you're going at it in an emotional manner.
Well, you don't know how to do it. But if you are dealing with your own people and they have low standards because they can't expect better, then they can, and Ben has spoken on this before, then if you're dealing with your own people, they have low standards, then you come in and do a rudimentary plumbing job, they're happy to get it done. They don't want to pay a white man anyway. They don't want a white man coming in their house. And they have someone black that can do the basics or something. But the blacks in the black community, bro, there's not a plumber within miles of here where I live. It's not a roofer within miles of here. There ain't a nigga that haul trash within miles of here. I have to bring in Hispanics and all these other people come to my neighborhood and to do basic shit that every society must have to build upon that. These blacks that you see in this video, they're not even trying to open up a restaurant. They're too clean. Look how clean they look. You see me every day. Do I ever look this clean? Look at these niggas. They all got suits on. But they don't want to get dirty and open up no fucking restaurant. They just want to tell these Hispanics how best to treat them so they can come in there and spend their money. What's up, Ben?
Hey, how you doing, John? John, I wonder, do you think that's somewhat because you live in DC? Or I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
No, that's not DC, right? This is LA.
Oh, okay. Because I can see DC where you have like DEI. Why would you be a trash worker if you can get like I worked in education, and they all want. We had a guy. This is Catholic education, right? So generally, blacks are not Catholic, and also public school jobs pay better. But we had this black guy who he was like well presenting, but he was a crack addict, and he almost became the principal of the school that I was in, just because they wanted to say, you know what I'm saying? And it was only because his brother-in-law knew him and was like, "This guy's a crack addict." I mean, I'm not saying like, I'm not using that as a pejorative. I'm saying he literally addicted to crack cocaine. Yeah. And it had several jobs in Catholic things, like where you got in real trouble for smoke, pulling the Marion Barry, like in the principal's office. Mm-hmm. And it was the only thing that kind of kept them from like hiring him. And but I mean, do you fault black? Let's say, I think it's a problematic cycle because of course you're going to go for a job that pays good and doesn't require that much work if you can do it based on the color of your skin. But then again, you're gonna get fired probably, or like your incompetency is gonna come out. But like it's kind of tragic cycle, I would say.
Well, Ben, if you get fired, right, it's not the end of the world. Because if you get fired from a job you're not qualified in doing, then maybe you'll settle at whatever level you are, and you can do that well, right? If I hire you to be the CEO, but you can't be the CEO, then I said, well, man, you really need to be the trash picker upper. you may be able to competently pick up trash.
Yes, yeah,
and
I
do it
agree.
well,
Yep.
right? But the CEO job just be over your head. You're gonna be frustrated.
right.
Maybe you can't do it, right? And a lot of the blacks, and I talked about this the other day. I said, man, if you lowered the minimum wage by $8, most of the blacks don't even know what the fuck the minimum wage is anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them can't work for 20. Man, in DC, I think minimum wage might be like $22 an hour. Bro, let me, goddamn, let me play something for you, man. I want you to listen to this shit. I don't know if you've heard this. I want you to. I am that nigga John guy. I bring real live shit here, Ben, and I'm so glad you're here because I've heard you say something that really my mind, and I played this over and over again, and I got two clips I want to play for you, Ben. Here's the first one. Listen to this. Ben. Listen to this, man. Hold on. I got on mute. Listen. Okay, damn, you ain't never tried to do illiterate black man, 34 years of age. We bring you some of the rawest content here on YouTube. Take a listen. I think you like it. Okay, damn, you ain't never tried to do Uber Eats and that like that? DoorDash?
Nah, I can't even, man. I can't even drive right now, man.
Why not? Well, your license fucked up?
Nah, my license, I ain't never had license. I can't even pass the motherfucking test.
Oh, that's
because
right.
I can't stay focused.
Right,
I can't focus, man.
Right,
and then I get so nervous. I'll probably pass. I'll be almost about to pass it, and then something just lock up in my brain. It's something mentally with my brain, man.
And Ben, there's one more I want you to hear. Listen to this shit. Listen to this, man. Hey, what you on disability for?
I get for learning disability and mental health.
Well, what's your learning disability? If you don't mind me asking.
I can't read and write.
Oh, okay, damn. How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 34.
Because you speak real well. How the hell you can't read and write?
Yeah, because I speak real well. Because I went to speech class, and I learned. I pick up words.
Oh, okay, but you just can't read. You can't read.
I can't put nothing on paper.
Get the fuck. Man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's always been like that for you, or did it just not start happening?
No, it always since a little kid, I used to get bullied and hide in elementary, hide from my classmates.
That's crazy, bro.
You heard that, Ben? Yeah. Fucking crazy, right? Ben, were you here when I had that dead nigga call in on the stream?
I saw.
He's blessed.
Hey, Ben, hold on, one more. I want you to listen to this, Ben. Listen.
I love God right now, bro.
God, how the fuck you get on them dippers, bro? What made you take that shit? That shit
because one day I met a little white joint, and she.
You heard that, Ben? Ben, you hear that?
I didn't really hear that.
I said, nigga, how you get on them dippers? You know what a dipper is, man? You may not even know what the fuck a dipper is.
No.
Somebody tell this Ben what a dipper is. While I roll over Joe here. Somebody tell Ben what a dipper is. Does anybody know what a dipper is?
When you try, man, a dip is when you try it for the first time, dude.
Oh. Nah. In DC, they do them real live dipper. They want to go to hell and back. Embalming fluid.
Oh Lord.
Oh yeah, okay.
They dip a cigarette in embalming fluid and they sell the bitch like $20 or something. Right? So I said, nigga, how you get on that PCP, them dippers? He said, bro, what made you take that shit? That shit
because one day I met a little white joint and she like the dippers and shit. So when you interacting with that type of lifestyle, because I used to be in the streets and shit. So I met this girl, she liked the dippers, and I went to go get her some dippers from the person I used to fuck with uptown and shit. So I bought it to her one day. She was like, oh, I want you to hit it. And I'm like, damn. She like, hit it, test it out. And I'm like, nah, I don't smoke that type of shit.
Yeah.
So she like, what the fuck you on? Like, is you the police? Smoke this shit, tap it.
Yeah.
So I said, you know what? It was like a peer pressure, but it was like when she said, damn, what you the police, it made me feel like, damn, let me show this bitch I ain't no police ass nigga.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
right.
I smoked it. I was high as shit,
Mhm.
and then we started being intimate. She started getting me.
So she finally gave you that ass once you hit that dip.
When I hit that dipper,
Yeah. Damn. Oh, the black man dilemma. He love that pussy. They love that pussy, man. They love that pussy, man.
Love that white meat. That white meat. That
John,
I
white
love
meat.
that pussy, man.
John, are you
That
familiar?
white meat, John.
I don't think it's,
Hold on.
you have a problem with saying this. Like, what does someone say? What does someone mean when they go like, "I'm a real nigga"? Right? It's not a pejorative, right? It's not a pejorative, right? It's like a flex. Like, I'm a real nigga, right? And I don't think it has anything to do with race, because I think you could say like Elon Musk, he a real nigga, right? But it's interesting. What does it mean? It has something to do with masculinity. Go ahead.
That shit's about to go down, bro.
I can better show you than tell you. If you want me to show you, then tell you. You want me to show you that? Did you watch my earlier stream this morning? Oh, Ben, I got a little loose this morning. I was fucked. Yeah. And so I
show him the Boondocks.
Sometimes I, you know, saying like, you know, like nigga, I can't really tell you. Really, sometimes, you know, you just have to be able to see it, bro. You just got to be able to see it. And anyone remember that video? Well, know what video I'm about to talk about, right? Anyone know what video I'm about to talk about? Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Anyone know what video I'm about to talk about here? I showed it this morning. I think this is it. Let me see if this is it.
The one on the bus?
Yeah, the one on the bus. And then I think that'll best explain to you. Damn, if I can find it. Oh, shit. Does anyone know the video I'm talking about, right? The one on the bus. Let me see. God damn.
I found a video too, John, that like if you have time, there's this guy who gets stopped, like hassled by the white cops in a rich white neighborhood, but he's actually not doing anything illegal. But I'd be really interested to see what your take on it is, because I can see it from both sides. It'd just be interesting to take it from someone from the inside. Like, what's this guy doing? What's it all about? Because I changed my mind on it.
All right, I'm gonna play it. I want to find this video for you, man. I really want you to show you. Can you ask me what's a real nigga? I'm gonna show you what ain't.
Okay, yeah.
Let me see. Everyone know the video. I showed it this morning. God damn.
But John, wouldn't you say it's a different thing to say like this guy's a real nigger as opposed to say like this a real nigga? You know what I mean? Like it's just the way you say it is like one is down, one is up. You know what I'm saying? I'm right about that, right?
I'm gonna show you one that's down real quick. Let me see if I can show you one that's down. One that's down. Where is that motherfucking video? Fuck. I had one that was really down, Ben. Is that it? Is this it? I think this is it. Oh, okay, this is it right here, man. I think this ain't it. It wasn't Instagram, was it? Was it Instagram? Was that shit on Instagram? Oh, I found it, man. You want to see what a nigga that ain't real? Right here. Take a look at this, man.
Ain't real. Okay.
I'm probably gonna have to narrate this for you. But being here, it's gonna highlight some issues that you're gonna see in Black America. You will understand. You've talked about this before. And we're probably going to have to play this video twice because of it's Instagram, so you can't rewind.
Okay. I'm somebody's son. I'm somebody's son. You somebody can put your ass on me again. Put your ass on me again. I'm somebody's son. I'm somebody's son. I'm somebody's son. That don't mean shit. That don't mean shit. What that mean? I'm a man. I'm a man, woman. I'm a man, woman.
Can you see that right there, Ben?
Yeah.
You see what she got up to that nigga's head?
A bottle of liquor.
Huh? That nigga said, nah. That'll make that nigga phone home.
What is that?
Show. Nigga. She gonna explain it to you a little bit later. You might see it more clearly. Let me see if I can zoom in just for sake of time.
I wish the fuck you would. Don't, please. Boy, get the fuck out of my face, nigga. I wish the fuck you would. I want you to. I want you to. I want you to. I want you to.
You see what's in her hand, Ben?
Let's go. Let's go. Please don't.
I can't tell what it is.
I'll tell you in a minute.
Isn't that like some type of
I'm
prank?
somebody's son. I'm somebody's son. I'm somebody's son. I'm somebody's son. I'm somebody's son. I'm
What is that,
somebody's son.
Jim?
That don't mean shit. That don't mean shit. I promise. I'm a man. I'm a man, woman. I'm a man, woman.
Get the fuck out my face,
You
nigga.
got a bottle of gin?
Put that bottle of gin to that nigga head. Say, nigga, you
Oh,
want to
she got
leave
it upside down, yeah.
I split your ass open. And what that nigga do?
No, that don't mean nothing.
Get the fuck out of my face. And he backed the fuck up.
And she put the bottle in his head too.
That's an old woman showing that nigga, you 3/5 of a man at best to me, right?
Look at the comment from the real full of melanin. Read that.
I hope he gets the world as a female who lives in New York City and have seen this multiple times. The way this usually ends, he clearly has a heart gifted streak. So, Ben, what did you think about this whole situation here? You saw the video. What do you think?
Two people fighting here.
Yeah, that's all you saw. That's all you saw, Ben. Honestly,
two people fighting, and I don't know. I don't know the context.
Nigga, don't matter about the context.
Was this a black, like as a black thing? Like this is how it goes.
Yeah. All right. So look, I'm listening. This is a good spot to start again. I want you to listen to what she says. Listen.
Yeah.
And if I explain to you, I want you to listen.
Okay, and I'm turning my back.
And I'm turning my back on you, nigga. You ain't shit. You ain't gonna do shit. I'm turning my back on you, nigga. You weak ass nigga. You ain't gonna do shit. And he come back. I'm a man. I got a mama.
Right.
Somebody shit me out. Right. I'm a man. Ben, didn't it used to be a campaign for black men? I'm a man. Right.
Million Man March.
Selma. In Selma.
Yeah, I am a
Alabama.
Don't call me boy. Don't call me boy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a man. Don't call me no boy. And this bitch saying, I think at one point, Ben, she calls him a fat.
I wish to fuck you.
I'll split your shit, nigga. You ain't no real nigga. I'll split your shit. You better back the fuck down. Watch this nigga back down, Ben.
Boy, get the fuck out of my face, nigga. I want to fuck you with.
Make the fuck out my face.
I want you to. I want you to. I want you to.
Back down, soldier. Back down.
I've literally been in this situation with a black woman.
Back down.
She punched me in the face.
I'm sorry for laughing, bro.
Because at one point I said, "Nigga, please." She was saying talking shit.
After she called you the N-word like 10 times, bro.
I didn't call her the N-word. Yeah.
No. But after she probably called you the N-word.
She was threatening my daughter at the time, calling me everything.
But so Ben, do you understand though? The problem in the black community right here is, look at this nigga stand down, Colonel. Stand down.
Yeah, but he's right. But he's right because there's a video, and his ass going to be in the can if he defends himself against her, because that's what happened to me. You know, you can't touch a black woman. You can't touch a woman, period. So I think he's right. If he sees a camera there, don't stand on your business. Like, just back down.
But when you listen to what he says, though, man, I am a man. That's a cry, man.
Yeah. I agree.
That is a cry. You understand?
You know the analogy, John, you see here? Like, so you can disagree with this argument, but the argument would be that people who are subjugated, especially when the men are subjugated, they're going to have long-standing problems with their masculinity because they've been humiliated in front of their families, right? Your kids are stolen, right? The analogy is the Irish with the English. Irish men have the same kind of bad motherfucker attitude. They get in a lot of fights, but they also end up in jail a lot. But they're also overall very much more successful than black men. And there's an argument that could be made that the slaves in the South got their bad motherfucker. You know, the bad motherfucker thing came from Scotch-Irish culture. This kind of like white trash, kind of like, you know what I mean? Like I'm gonna be a man. The dueling culture of the South. That it's actually not really an African thing or a black thing.
No, I don't.
Southern white thing. You know,
didn't someone write a book called "Blacks Got the Redneck something. I don't know.
Yeah, from England or some shit.
Right.
Yeah, the Scotch Irish, who were like big in the South. A lot of them were slaveholders, but more than slaveholders, they were overseers, which were the ones who had to do the dirty work and whip the blacks. The rich aristocrat, like my people, would just stay in the big house, but they would hire the white trash to keep them niggas in line, right? I mean, that would be the idea. Right? I'm not trying to say, but and it's a rough job. No one wanted it, but and you could get killed. But they were the ones who did that dirty work, while the rich people just drank tea and la la la. So, and that the blacks adopted that from the overseers, not really from African culture. It's not. You don't find it in African culture. You don't find this bad motherfucker thing in African culture.
No, you don't.
You stepped up to the king in Africa. If you didn't kill him, you were killed.
Ben, you know what's interesting? When I was in Africa, right? They would take you to the village where they had kings. Well, it wouldn't be king. It'd probably be a little mayor or whatever.
Chief.
And they would have a little, like a chief. Yeah, yes, exactly it. And they would still have the throne to him, and people would bring him, peach schnapps. That's what you would bring him, schnapps.
Right? Yeah.
You would bring him schnapps for the whatever you were asking him, whatever, how it is in Africa, the culture.
Sure, yeah.
And so, that's kind of how they live. And I think, maybe it's more hierarchical here. And I think that they don't have it. And I think, in some ways the blacks are struggling because of that, among other things. But
wait, say that last part again. How is it different?
I think blacks need a big man.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, I agree. Yep.
I think blacks need a big man. Back in Africa, they had little chiefs. Who would settle conflicts and shit like that. Not so different than the Jews have this same setup in Brooklyn, where they have their own little Jewish tribal courts, or whatever the fuck they call them. I'm sure the Muslims have the same thing in New York. And I think the blacks kind of need that. Their own big man type situation. To resolve some conflicts before it makes it into the courts.
I had Ethiopians who are actually interesting. Ethiopians are the only people that were never really colonized by whites at all, except for maybe a few months. Mussolini came in there a few months, then he was pushed out. So that's as pure African as you can get. Yeah. And these kids, these are a couple of them were younger people, 18, 19, 20. So they're coming over here. They're not trying to make a point. But when this one girl, she came to, she was put into Providence city schools, urban schools, large Black, Hispanic. And I said, what's it like? And she said, it's a joke. In Africa, in my country, where I come from, you would get smacked hard for behaving like they behave. And she respected the old country because she's like, there's no order. It's just a zoo. So, but it was she was like, it's crazy that there's no physical punishment. And I do think you could make an argument because blacks do have higher testosterone levels. That's just known that they need harsher order, but that doesn't mean they're inherently chaotic. If the order is there, they're very calm. They're ordered. You know what I mean? But you can't do it maybe like Asians do it, which is they don't really beat their kids very much because they have lower testosterone. Yeah. So they can talk it through. I don't think it needs to be a big one people are evil and one people are good. I'd love for you to watch this, Grace.
Play it, man.
I first was on this guy's side, and I'm like, this is a real nigga. And then I was like, he's doing something that he knows. I'll leave you to. I'd love to hear your take on this guy.
Yeah, go ahead and play it, man. I don't think I can play it. You have to play it, right?
All right, yeah. Grace will play it.
What you mean, how many you have? Because I want to see if you lost anything.
What?
I want to see if you lost anything. You okay?
I want to see that for.
Because I got a couple calls says you was wandering around here.
And I can't wander?
Yes, you can.
It's a crime for wandering?
I never said it. You're saying it's a crime for wandering.
So what's the problem?
Well, people are concerned that you here.
What people is concerned? What that got to do with me? It's a problem?
Yes, it might be a problem. People are concerned about you. They want to know
about these people.
Okay, but they want to know why you're in the neighborhood.
Why they don't need to know why I'm in the neighborhood. I'm in the neighborhood. I feel like I'm being in the neighborhood.
So you just feel like being in the neighborhood?
I just feel like being in the neighborhood.
So you just feel like, wandering.
I just feel like walking through the neighborhood. Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Like,
I can't walk with you. You black like
I know
me.
I'm gonna walk with you.
So you
we gonna walk. We walking together, right?
I can't walk with you.
I didn't say you can't walk.
Why you harassing me, bro?
How harass you?
Because you walk. I don't even know you first and foremost. and you just hopped out of your car asking me why am I walking through. I'm on camera, bro. The whole time I've been out here, I'm on camera.
You on camera too?
Walking through the fucking neighborhood. So what's the problem?
I'm walking with you.
You don't gotta walk with me.
What's I do?
Why?
Why? You said we just walking, right?
I'm just walking.
And I'm walking too.
Why I can't walk by myself? What's the problem?
Can I ask you what's the air?
Because I feel like it.
And I feel like walking with you.
You can't. So
How can I walk with you?
Back in your truck, bro.
No,
You black, bro. You know what's going on. These on some bullshit from people. Give a f down, but I look like a robber.
I think this
because
cop is
I'm black. I like a robber because I'm black. Now I'm being harassed.
Okay,
you f***ing up my day. Your supervisor told you gotta walk. That's why you're doing what you're doing. And you're not even doing it because that's what you want to do. Because you're supervisor. And I'm in a rich neighborhood.
Because my supervisor know people
I'm
all
rich.
about you.
I'm rich.
And that's fine.
I live in the neighborhood.
Okay.
So why are you following me?
You live in the neighborhood. What's your name then?
It doesn't matter. I don't have to tell you my name.
Okay, now come on. We can stand here and just look at each other.
I can pause it
I
whenever
don't want you walking
you guys
with me.
want to
You're
say
harassing
anything.
me.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
I don't want you walking with me.
And if people don't want you,
I didn't do nothing wrong. What the f is the problem?
Because I'm trying to figure out why are you for one thing? Why are you
Because
so
I
aggressive?
want to.
Okay, now I can walk.
You don't have to walk with me though. You don't gotta walk with me. I want to walk in the neighborhood.
You said I don't have to, but I
because
can.
I feel like
and I feel like walking with you. Because you want to curse, I can curse
That's
too.
harassing.
Nah, it's
You're
harassing with you. I tell this guy just walk
Do
with
what
harassing.
you do, bro.
I am doing what I'm doing.
Thank you.
I'm doing what I'm doing,
bro.
Mhm.
You ain't gotta follow me. Why is you following me though?
I'm doing what I'm doing. You just said I don't have to, but I can. That's two different things like you.
Serious?
You don't have to, but you can, right?
I don't listen. I'm committing a crime.
And they say you commit a crime. You're
So
saying
why
that.
are you following me?
What you mean why I'm following you?
Why are you following me?
I said I can walk with you. I can walk. I can walk too.
I'm telling you can't walk with me.
Okay.
Nice
fine.
neighborhood.
I
Got
just walk
Teslas
beside you.
right there.
I just want to be with you, huh?
Yo, you harassing me, bro.
Now I'm harassing you.
Getting harassed by a black cop in a white neighborhood.
I'm trying to figure out why are you here?
Because I fucking want to be here.
And I can walk with you, Kyle.
No,
I want to
no,
be here.
no,
Oh,
no,
yeah, I can. I can.
No,
Yes,
you
I can.
can't. Bitch, no, the f you can't. No, the f you can't walk with me because you fucking want to walk with me. I know my fucking rights. Call your fucking supervisor.
Okay, I will call him.
pussy.
I'll call him. No.
What you talking about?
Or
talking about
A236,
follow me
A235.
around,
You know, Cottonwood and Walnut Circle.
13 County, I'm close. Be there in about 5
My sergeant, my
buy me a house, you gonna buy my
you
daughter
said
a
you want
house.
to speak to my
Since you
supervisor.
fucking harassing me.
You say you want to speak
Since
to my
you
supervisor.
fucking harassing me.
My supervisor's on this way
Since you
too.
fucking harassing me, pussy. I've been fucking cameraed up since I came in this fucking neighborhood.
this is?
Go your camera. Get off my dick.
Okay.
This
Get off
is
my
an
dick.
auditor.
What the f is you following me for? Because I'm in this neighborhood.
Yeah,
He's an
I know what
auditor.
you're talking. Do you know what that is, John?
No.
Auditor?
No, what?
Okay, people that harass the police to get a legal settlement.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that because usually they'll go to a police station and start taking, looking like crazy so that they embarrass one guy. Okay, but I think that's an interesting question. Of like, what is his motivation? Why does he have the camera out? Why is he in this neighborhood?
I think he just said he was at his daughter's house, right? I think that's what he said. If you back it up about 15 seconds, I think he said he was at his daughter's house.
Okay. But he also said, I'm rich. I live
But he
in this
also said he lives in the neighborhood.
He knows that's
earlier.
not true.
He also said he lived in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
When Black said they
earlier.
lived somewhere, when Black said he lived somewhere, you have to take that shit with like it is a wide berth, right? Right? Like what they mean by like like a lot of times Black people say I stay somewhere, right? I stay over there. I stay over there.
Yeah.
So he may be living with his daughter. I think that's what he said. Play it, man.
Okay, but yeah, all right, you want me to rewind it?
Yeah, like 10 seconds. I think he said he lived with his daughter. My daughter lives here.
Let me try it. Yeah.
What you talking about?
Or
Talking about
A236,
follow me
A235.
around.
You know, Cottonwood and Walnut Circle.
13 County, I'm close. Be there in about 5
My sergeant,
buy me a house, you gonna buy my daughter a
you
house.
want to speak to my
Since you
supervisor.
fucking harassing me.
You say you want to speak to my supervisor.
No, I think what he means by that is like, if you keep doing this shit, I'm gonna file a lawsuit against you, and your police department is gonna buy me a house and my daughter a house. Isn't that what he's
That
saying?
nigga hold on. That nigga got more than one child. He got more than one child. So, but I'm telling you, he's talking about his daughter lives in the neighborhood. You may hear it again.
No, he's not. No,
So
he's literally saying, "I'm gonna sue you, and you're gonna buy my daughter and me a house."
Yeah.
He
I
is
think
saying
that's what
that.
he's saying.
He is saying that. But later on, he says, "My daughter lived in this neighborhood," or something like that. When he says,
that could be true, John.
Hold on. When he says I've been
Yeah.
filming the whole time, when he says I've been filming the whole time, it's right around that point where he says, "My daughter lives here," something like that. You play it, you hear it.
Yeah, okay. I'll play it a little bit more.
Get harassing me.
My supervisor's on his way too.
Get harassing me, pussy. I've been fucking cameraed up since I came in this fucking neighborhood. Get camera. Get off my dick.
Okay.
Get off my dick, man.
Okay.
What is you following me for? Because I'm in this neighborhood. Got it, man. Do what I want to do. My morning though.
This afternoon now, sir.
Suck my dick. My day up. Yo, stop following me, bro.
Don't let my supervisor come. You say speak to my supervisor.
So go to your truck.
I don't have to go to my truck.
I'm not valet. I'm not on nobody.
You're totally right. I agree with you.
Is you following
So
me?
you asked
though?
my supervisor.
Why?
You asked my
No,
supervisor,
I
right?
didn't. Bye.
Yes, you did.
Bye.
Record your camera.
Bye.
Yes, supervisor. No.
Bye. Stop following me.
Sir,
Stop
I don't have
following
to go
me.
to my truck.
Stop following me.
I don't have to go to my truck.
Stop following me. You don't gotta follow me. That's harassment.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What's going on, boss?
I don't know. Actual.
Come on over here.
I don't
Talk
gotta
with me.
go nowhere.
Talk with me.
I don't gotta go talk with nobody. I'm talking to you right here.
Okay, what's going on?
I don't know. Ask this.
I'm asking you.
I'm
What's going
asking
on?
this.
I'm asking you.
Ask this.
We got a call.
I don't
of
know
a
about your
suspicious-
call.
of a
What's
suspicious
suspicious
person.
What's suspicious
That's
person?
it. They
A
said
black
they-
person?
No, they
A
said they
black
were
dude?
taking
A
photos.
black?
Photos.
Yes, I'm
of
taking
houses.
photos. Yes.
Okay. For
Yes,
what
I'm
reason?
videoing because I
For
feel like it.
Because you
Because
feel
I
like it?
feel like
All right.
it.
Can I get your ID, please?
No, you cannot.
Why not?
Why do you want my? I ain't committing no crime.
I'm not saying.
All right. I was just going to pause there. I'm curious. Okay, you can see his point of view. He's not doing anything illegal. They're not saying he's doing anything illegal. Right?
Ben, again, like, man, like, look how he looks.
Right. I think that's important. Yep.
With a wife beater on, walking down the middle of the street. This doesn't look to be a very affluent neighborhood. It's nice houses, but you look at the roads, you look at the grass. They're probably
it's upper middle class. Yeah, it's not top. Right.
I wouldn't even say upper middle class.
No, these people, these people work. All these people work.
Okay,
and if they lose their job,
it's not Beverly Hills.
Right. I mean, these are working class people. Probably not different than George Zimmerman. Probably a little bit more affluent than George Zimmerman's neighborhood, but very similar.
Yep.
Or like Ahmaud Arbery, it wasn't real nice, but it wasn't. Right. Remember Ahmaud Arbery down there in?
I remember that. Yeah.
Right. And I'm not sure what neighborhood. This probably is Texas or somewhere. Right. Where is this, Ben?
I don't know.
Too many pine trees from Texas.
It looks to be in the South somewhere. Right. That's not Connecticut. Right. This would be $15 million houses. That was Connecticut. Right.
No, I would say this is likely maybe Ohio.
Right. This is not like up in
because nobody's got a southern accent yet.
Right. This is not upper northeast affluent neighborhood. Would you say that's fair, Ben?
I would. Yeah, I agree with you about that.
Right. So these are not like Connecticut built houses. Like very affluent people houses.
Yeah, it's Chicago land.
Illinois.
Right. There you go. So these people are trying to hold on, man, to like their property value. You can see the roads are cracked and shit. The grass ain't all that. And here's a nigga walking down the middle of the street looking suspicious.
Right.
And you're trying to hold on to your property values, and you put the police on this nigga. Hell, probably was a black person to call the police, to be honest with you. Right? It's probably a black neighborhood.
He said it was a cracker ass neighborhood, which I think, probably it's mostly whites. Getting out of the city. They've left Chicago to get away from the blacks, right? I mean, that's honest.
That's what it is. That's what it all boils down to. And again, but these aren't rich. They don't seem to be rich people to me. Right. This doesn't seem to be very rich people. And I think,
if you're outside of Chicago and you can afford like that kind of house, you're probably doing pretty well.
Well, it could be. Yeah,
I agree.
But back when they first moved out of Chicago, it wasn't that expensive.
But aren't there some southern parts of Chicago where, you probably get a nice house like this, but it wouldn't be in a really nice neighborhood? This is Cook County, so this is not in the city. This could be, in Dalton, right? What Tiffany
Right, but
Henry
John, you would agree. This guy walking around with a phone in his hand in Chicago, no one's going to call the cops. Just walking around the city.
not in Chicago, but he's not in Chicago.
No, I know. Or in a black neighborhood. No one's going to call the cops per se because
no one's calling the cops. Right.
He doesn't look crazy. He doesn't look like he's packing. He's wearing such tight clothes that you know he's not really packing.
Yeah, he looks like a normal black walking around in the middle of the day doing nothing idle.
But he looks like the guy. I mean, I would say, like, I would be afraid of this guy. This guy looks like he could like kill you because like he's jacked, you know, and he looks like, you know, I don't know. He's in shape. You know, if he goes, he goes. It's going to be rough. So
man, let's be honest. Man. Let's just call a spade. Let's call a spade a spade.
Yeah,
nigga, real dark with a beard. Doesn't look like he's in mainstream America at all. Let's be honest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
no, I agree.
There's a lot of things when you see this nigga, your mind start racing. Wait a minute, it's the middle of the day, nigga walking around with a shirt on, thrown over his shoulders, wife beater, talking on the phone. Most people are working. You think
I think what he was doing was videoing. He was videoing the house. That's why I think he looks like an auditor.
Well, you probably did, nigga. That nigga might be.
But to me, I'm not thinking auditor. I'm thinking of somebody doing a recon for crime.
Right. It's the case.
You know what I'm saying? He damn sure ain't auditing looking like that, man. Come on.
Yeah. So I understand the people in the house.
This is what they do,
I understand
John.
the people in the house is saying like, this guy looks like he's casing all these houses, trying to find one. But then again, he's not really doing a very good job of it. He's in the middle of the day.
And again, as I say, Ben, you know, look how he looks, and you know, hey man,
he's trying to draw this reaction. He wants this interaction.
That's interesting.
Hold on.
What is he trying to do?
Hold on for 1 second, guys. If we reviewing a nigger walking through a neighborhood, man, and he looked terrible.
I don't know. I mean, it could look a lot worse than this. So.
Hold on for a second, man. Philippe, so we're reviewing a nigger walking through a nice neighborhood, kind of like a neighborhood where you live back on the East Coast. And a white guy brought it up to us, and he says, as a black man, John, what do you think about if you saw this nigger with a wife beater walking through your neighborhood? And Philippe, you're a homeowner and you're another black guy. We don't have any black guys on the panel right now. If you saw a nigger with a wife beater walking down the middle of your street in the middle of the day, what would you think, Philippe?
Videotape him.
I lock my doors.
Right. I think, I think he's, some black guy who doesn't live around here or doesn't. I wouldn't want that guy. I wouldn't want to live next to that guy.
Would you call the police on nigga walking through your neighborhood? And you know if you never seen nigga before and he walking through your nice neighborhood, would you call the police on that nigga?
I don't know if I call the police on him.
Would you watch that nigga with a keen eye?
Probably.
You watch that nigga. You watch that nigga like them white folk were watching Ahmaud Arbery. Would you watch him like that?
Yeah. It's a situation where it's, something in this picture doesn't fit, right? So I'd end up blocking him.
Let me ask you this question, and you can be honest now.
Sure.
If he were real dark versus real light, would that make a difference in your calculation? Be honest. Oh, black ass nigga with a beard. With a wife beater on in the middle of the day. You saw a black nigga with a beard and a wife beater in the middle of the day walking through your nice neighborhood. What would you think, Philippe?
Versus a light-skinned black guy with a beard and a wife beater, right?
Yeah. What would you think? Which one would you fear more?
I'd be more concerned about the darker skin one, probably.
What is it about the darker skin? That melanin. Nigga, you don't like melanin?
Well, when I look at most of the crime, it's been more darker skinned ones than lighter.
Say what? Say what? So you think it's the melanin making these niggas commit crime? You think it's the melanin?
Maybe it could.
It's the mop heads.
Maybe it's the.
Well, what if this guy was a real light-skinned Irish-looking guy with tats all over him? You know what I'm saying? Who looks like he's done time. You
call
know what
the
I mean?
cops
Those
the
rat
same
looking
way.
white
Hold
guys.
on. We got a phone call here. Go ahead. What you saying, Philippe?
I said the lighter skin one might be a little bit more mixed, somewhere in his genealogy.
Really?
You know, so maybe
Wait a minute. Mix? What do you mean? What? Wait a minute. You saying mix? Do you mean like the white would kind of tame that buck? You think the white would?
Maybe the white or whatever it is, somewhere in his genealogy is cooled off some of those bad black genes.
Philippe, you were telling me that nigger moved out of your house. Is that correct? After staying there and not paying rent, is that right?
Yeah.
And how did he leave the place? I know he left his spick and span.
Nah, it was dirty. It was trashy. After we collected all the stuff he left in there, that was trash.
How many bags? How many bags? How many?
About 20.
20 bags? Ain't that something? Hey, Philippe, man, I got to get back to this call. Anyone want to ask Philippe a question? Philippe, one more thing. If you get a resume in from Tyrone, are you going to call Tyrone back? Are you going to call him back and say, hey, yeah, I saw you got your application for a place for rent. Are you going to rent to any more blacks, Philippe?
Not Tyrone, not Shaniqua, LaQuanya.
Nobody. What do you think? What do you think the blacks are doing to themselves in the rental market? Because you called me this morning and you said something about a nigga being dishonorable. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
You said they're dishonorable, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I said they have no honor.
Oof.
If he had honor, he'd have left sooner.
Oof.
Believe it or not, man, I had to move out of my apartment and go into a house and still pay the apartment and the mortgage.
Lease commitment. He would call me to make deals around payment arrangements, and then he wouldn't make those commitments. Commitments he proposed to me, he wouldn't make.
So he would propose, I'm gonna pay your boss, and then don't even pay you. Okay.
I'm gonna give you this much money this month and this much money the next month. I'm like, all right, and nothing happened.
What do you think becomes of these blacks, man? If people like you aren't willing to rent to them, and I don't know if you ever heard this, but here's a nigga that dead nigga. Here's something that he said to me. He said, I don't know if you can hear that, Philippe, but that dead nigga. Some of his last words to me was, he said, I'm blessed that you're a brother, man. Glad that you called me back. That I was willing to rent a room to these niggas. So my question for you is, what do you think becomes of how these niggas gonna find housing if people like you are unwilling to rent to black people?
They have to move out to the fringes. They have to move to where they should be.
Where should they be? In your mind, where should they be?
Like in my mind, he should be living, out in Maryland somewhere with all the other niggas like him. And he was living at my expense in a nicer neighborhood, nicer than where he should be living.
Kind of like, I said the niggas gonna go back to the shanties. Would you say a shanty is suitable housing for a nigga like that? Because he couldn't even make it driving Uber, correct? He was trying to drive Uber and couldn't make it, correct? Right. And I told you why he couldn't make it driving Uber, because the niggas don't have the discipline. Remember, we talk about Lathrop Stoddard a lot, Philippe, right? And what does Lathrop Stoddard say about the nigger?
I can't remember what we discussed.
You remember Lathrop Stoddard often in where?
Oh, you mean that's the guy, the underman.
The underman. What is Lathrop? And what is the underman? What did he say about the underman?
They're often in jail.
Right.
Often in jail, yeah.
And he said because the disciplines in this, in this society, there's a lot of rewards to people like you because you make a lot of money, right? Yeah. You make a lot of money. You work for Facebook, right? And a big government on the West Coast, right? Big money, right? But the underman like that nigga, he could you see him even being trained up to do You remember what you used to tell me when you used to see niggers in suits walking around in DC? What do you used to call them?
Monkeys in suits.
I am that nigga, John Galt. I bring it to you real and raw here. Just another landlord like me. You just a landlord like me, right? And you've heard all the nigger stories that I've told you over the years, haven't you? You heard all the nigger stories, huh? It's a wonder anybody rents to these niggas, isn't it? Can you imagine anybody dealing with these blacks like I deal with these motherfuckers? Can you imagine that, huh? Do you know anybody else to deal with blacks the way I deal with these blacks? Without me, these niggas would be really on the street, bro. Hey man, let me let me get back to the stream, man. Anyone have any questions for Philippe before he gets out of here? Ben, you got a question for him? He rents to black people. Ben used to work with a bunch of Ethiopians.
I actually think if you are like Machiavellian, you know what I mean, about it, you can make more money off low income people, including blacks, than any other sector for like the amount of investment put in. If you don't care, if you don't care, and you hire people to like do it dirty, do it like street. If you don't, you know what I'm saying? If you kind of get the real rules, and you hire someone or you do it yourself, I actually think there's way more money to be made in low income rentals than in high level.
So what he just said was he thinks it's more money to be made in low income rentals, Philippe. He said that because damn, hold on. He said that because
you gotta play rough.
And Ben, I've been doing this a long time. I think you have to be rough.
Yeah.
Or
hire someone who's gonna be rough.
I don't think you have to play rough. Like Philippe, I don't play rough. These niggas do it.
No.
Right? But you gotta be
you're
rough.
Not gonna follow.
Right?
You're not gonna get a lawyer to give them a
right now. I ain't get no fucking lawyer. Like Philippe, you ever know me being down in court dealing with some of these stupid ass niggas in court?
No, I can't remember you doing that.
Shit don't work like that. Right? I don't fuck with these niggas, right? In no court, right? Because that's when you give them home field advantage, right, Philippe? That's home field advantage for these niggas. Like in sports, right? But I do agree. Hey, I'll let you go, Philippe. And we'll talk a little bit later. All right, indeed. It's Philippe right there, my man, Philippe.
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to talk about from the white perspective, who is it that has always done the white man's dirty work that he doesn't want to do? Do you know which group that is? The Jews, right?
Yeah.
The Jews. They'll do the dirty work. They were heavily involved in slavery because we were okay with slavery, but we didn't like this trading and the ship ride over, right? So like the Jews take care of that stuff, and they're running the loans and collecting and all that stuff, and saying like, look, if you don't pay your bill, you and your family are out of here. And like so we let them do that, and they made a lot of money doing it, and then we resent them for doing that. Who rents to blacks who largely rents to blacks in New York City? Come on, let's be honest. The Jews. Yeah. And they ain't doing it out of charity, right? They're not doing it because they care about black people. They're doing it because it's good money. Because you have government money. Yeah. You got a little bit of black people money, but you got a whole lot of government money.
A whole lot of government money. That is
you're
correct.
working as team. You protect each other.
Yeah.
And the blacks respect you, but they don't really think that you're bleeding heart liberals. No one thinks an Orthodox Jew landlord is a bleeding heart liberal.
Let me ask you this question, Ben. Ben, I'm gonna go. I got a couple things I want to ask you. I better go with this first before I forget it. Ben, did you hear the phone call of that dead nigga that called in on the stream?
No, I just saw something about a dead guy. Yeah, it's like, oh man.
I walked in on that nigga. That nigga was dead as a motherfucker.
Yeah,
right. And I got the phone call when he called in, and he said, "Man, I'm just blessed that you're a broad man. And you hear the other blacks, the more elite blacks, like the Roland Martins of the world, they move away from the blacks. They have the skill, the money, the ability to maybe make hay for the blacks, but they get the hell away from them.
Yeah.
And so now the dumb, low-class blacks are left to more or less fend for themselves and go eat and shop with the people that are willing to take advantage of them financially. That's kind of how I see it.
But isn't that true with whites too? Rich whites get away from white trash and leave them in the white trash trailer park.
But they don't get away from whites though. they're not running from their own people. Many of these blacks would prefer to live around blacks.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah.
But they just
There
can't.
are
live.
some upscale black neighborhoods in which all the blacks.
But
kind of
they just don't have what they want. You know, my lovely lady Lisa would not live in a rich black neighborhood. She would not.
Really?
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
But anyway, so the next question I have for you, Ben, is someone put it up on the screen. John, have you thought of asking Ben to be the replacement? Stanley. That's a good suggestion, Stanley. Have you thought of asking Ben to be the replacement for Be Brave? Man, Ben, I think you'd be great for that. You know, just as good as Brave, honestly. I don't know if you've ever seen the Be Brave and John show. It was I've
interacted quite a bit with Be Brave. I like him, but
no,
I think
have you seen the Be Brave and John show though?
Not recently.
Well, we only have a couple shows, and you know, Be Brave. We had a little tete-a-tete with someone being in the chat or whatever, and you know, Be Brave and like the person that doesn't want to be in the chat with him. So it came to an abrupt end. But I do need a white man counterpart, and Be Brave was my white man counterpart. And with the content that I have, the blacks that call in looking for places to live, and in some cases, you know, it's so dynamic. Sometimes, you know, I'll pull the content out of them, like what I had with the black man and say he can't read. I got another clip. I got a clip up where he was in a shootout right around the corner from my house, right? The same black man that can't read, he was in a shootout, went to prison, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah.
And so I have these kind of calls, and typically they're in the morning. And so Brave and I do like we were doing like a show about black crime, criminality, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, we have call-ins. We allow blacks to come up on the panel. They can defend the criminality, or they could, you know, tell us about their episodes of being victims of crime. And, you know, I got victims that have been in my house, got robbed, raped, killed, so on and so forth.
Yeah, it might
Anyway,
be because I think that probably I would be considered, compared to you, liberal, although most white people think I'm like KKK level racist.
that may be all that makes it all the better, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because with the Brave and John show, it was like, you know, Brave, you know, he characterized himself as poor white trash, right? That's how he characterized himself.
Right.
And I'm a black guy that has done pretty well for himself in life. I don't have any gripes about whites, and I deal with blacks on a level that most blacks have never even seen before.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting thing because you're keeping it real and publicizing what you're not supposed to say.
Right.
Like blacks are only supposed to say with each other. That's the code, right?
Right.
Like
yes, correct.
you say, I don't care. I'm just gonna say
I air they fucking dirty laundry.
Right.
And for the niggas
really
that don't like me airing their dirty laundry, most of them niggas live around whites.
Right. I think
so I'm unassailable from that standpoint, because niggers, you can't discount what I see. I get on my motherfucking scooter and go to the the intersection of the two kings, Martin and Malcolm.
Right.
And I'll show your dirty laundry on YouTube for all you niggas to see. The niggas that have never been, that wouldn't dare live around Martin Luther King Avenue, although they praise him in public.
Yep. Right.
I'll show you what that motherfucker look like in the middle of the day. Bunch of niggas outside doing nothing. Right?
No, you're a tremendous. I've always said you're a tremendous voice, and because you're probably the only person who could say that, because you're black and you're real, and I really do think you love. But it's a weird kind of love, right? It's
this shit in my blood, man. You know what I'm saying? Again, like when that guy called me and he said,
I'm blessed that you're a brother. You call me.
I'm blessed, John.
Nigga, my children will listen to that, hopefully forever and ever. They understand what kind of nigga I was. You know,
still looking down from you, thanking you, bro, from heaven.
The niggas like Roland Martin, they'll live a whole life and they'll never get a call like that.
Right.
Now, that dead nigger that I'm cleaning up behind. The nigga never got their hand dirty doing no shit like that.
Right.
And I bring the dead bodies, nigga. Bring out the dead.
I used to say that jokingly, like, if you don't mind like peeling off the dead bodies, then you can make a lot of money in real estate in the inner city. I was mostly kidding, but like I do think it's part of it. You just gotta say like it ain't me, you know, it's part of a bigger problem, but like I'm gonna make my money and I am gonna get that body out of here and you know, clean it up and get the next guy.
Then I had a nigga on stream, he like, yo, he called his insurance company to come get a dead body off his property. Nigga been shot or something. I was like, damn. How much they paid? 10,000? He said like 10 grand. I was like, damn. I cleaned the nigga up, scraped the brains off the floor and everything.
Is that right? Yeah.
No, dude. I'm gonna start an LLC and contract myself to do it for the insurance company's $10,000.
Yeah,
you can do that shit. You know,
TNR, dead nigga removal company, right? And you could, you know what I mean? You could just about.
Oh my god, dude, that movie. Oh my god, that came out of a movie.
You're talking about Pulp Fiction, right?
Yeah, yeah. It was D N-word storage.
Yeah, right. It was funny. Yeah. It was that was a funny because that was a white director. That was Quentin Tarantino. He's just like, well, you know.
Hey, Ben, you want to play some more of the video? What happened to this nigga on the video?
So your take on this guy? I guess what I'm saying is this would be real fun, John, for you to run a show where you ask the question: is this a real nigger or is this a real nigga? Because I think that's like an interesting question here because I kind of like this guy. I got to be honest. I like him. He's masculine, but is he also a bitch? Like, is he also like, do these cops really deserve? Like, yeah, I don't know the answer, but I think like most people who've never actually dealt with real black people would be on his side against the cops.
Oh, hell yeah. They go,
because they're watching it on YouTube. But those same people, if this guy was in their neighborhood, would be calling the cops. And I think that's the problem in our society.
You know, Ben, you know, I call it like the term actually is what cognitive dissonance. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. But I think if you live your whole life under like cognitive dissonance, you end up like mentally ill. You understand?
Yeah.
It's a delusion. You live in a delusion.
Yeah, delusions of grandeur. You hear people say that. And I think that a lot of black people really are like in some kind of mental illness state, psychosis. Yeah. And once you show this video, I'm going to
sure.
You know what? Before, man, Ben, I swear, I'm always happy to have you up here. You know, I don't get many well-spoken white guys up here. Ben, I showed this on the stream earlier. I want you to put what you got back up. I want to share this.
Sure.
And I want to get your opinion on this right here. It's basically one sentence. And this black guy, I don't know if you've ever heard of Frantz Fanon. You ever heard of him?
I've heard that name. I have no idea what it is.
I don't really know a lot about him, but last night I was just reading some shit and I saw something about him and I want to share this with you, get your opinion on it. And here it is right here. This is some guy named Frantz Fanon. I think he's dead now. People in the audience, if you know who he is, let me see if I can maximize this. This is Frantz Fanon, and he's saying, can you read it, man? He says, I am given no chance. He's, let me just minimize it a little bit so you can see what he's saying. The whole paragraph, he's contrasting himself with the Jews. And he's saying the Jews are more or less just variations of white people. They can slip in and slip out of white culture.
Right.
And he says, I am given, he says, however, but in my case, everything takes on a new guise. I am given no chance. I am overdetermined from without.
Is this a black guy? Is this a black guy?
I think he's black.
Okay.
Yeah. He said, I am the slave, not of the idea that the others have of me, but of my own experience.
Own appearance.
And I think my own appearance, right?
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of blacks suffer from this.
Yes.
They say, on one hand, black is beautiful,
right?
But then they look in the mirror and then they walk the streets and it's not rewarded. They don't see it, right? And so you walk around.
It's a weird reward. It's a weird reward. You get a certain amount of respect. This guy on the street here, if he was in a jail cell, he'd be respected.
Yeah.
And also, if he just walks up to a bunch of like suburban white people, they'd be afraid of him. That's a weird kind of respect, right? And also, the white women might be fantasizing about him a little bit too.
Yeah, that is
because he's that dangerous masculine man. He is. He's in good shape. He's kind of like, you know what I mean? Whatever. So he might get your daughter. He might get one of these like 15-year-old girls, white girls in these suburban houses, might be looking out, going like, maybe.
Ben, I would love to jail. Ben, I would love to do a stream with you about burn the coal.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Burn the coal, pay the toll. A white man with a daughter.
Yeah.
If your daughter Grace brought this Negro here,
hell break loose.
Well, I don't think when he was first interacting with the cops, he didn't go straight. You're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me. You know, he didn't really say that. He was kind of. Would you admit he was kind of reasonable with them? Like he was kind of saying, like, I'm just gonna go. I'm just walking. You know, he wasn't sitting there going like, "Don't shoot, don't shoot." He wasn't. And they did. They were kind of annoying. They're saying like, "No, I'm not letting you walk away." I just think it's a really interesting kind of borderline case. But you don't think so? You don't think so?
I look at this. I look at this, and I see him recording from the start as he wanted this interaction, or he wanted interaction with the people who live there for content.
Yeah. Now on a certain level, he made out real well because 364K views. Me and you, John. I mean, we would kill to get them kind of views, right? And all he had to do is
he didn't make that. He didn't make that. Somebody else posted this.
Okay,
He's not Blue Watch.
Oh, that's right. And it's not really shot from his phone. It's shot from the.
Yeah, this is body camera. Yeah, this is body camera.
That's true. That's true. Yep, right. So he didn't even capitalize on his own content, unless he's involved in Blue Watch. Okay, yeah, Blue Watch. That means I'm watching the cops. That is auditor type stuff. Yeah, that is. Yeah. That is trying to keep the.
Yeah, but this is somebody who grabbed the public's view and posted it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. I still respect him though. It's like, I mean, I respect.
Come on, Ben, get back to the point. Everybody want to know if Grace brought this Negro home, just like this, dressed just like this.
Would I have any problems with that? Sure, I would.
That's what people want to know. You. Why would you have a problem with this, man? What's wrong with him based off his appearance right here? What would you have a problem with Grace bringing him?
Ben, he's a young scholar. He's a young scholar.
Well, I mean, I haven't, like, it goes on. He says I did 18 years in the penitentiary. So, like, I don't.
Well, what if he hadn't done his 18 yet, Ben?
Okay. Do I have a problem with Grace dating someone like this? I would just say, if you're dating him because he's black, that's a huge problem. Also, if you're planning to have kids with them, you should just understand, like there's a lot of risks in doing that, and it's tough.
What are the risks? What are you talking about? You talking about like a sickle cell?
Mixed race marriages do worse generally than either single race.
Why do you think that is, man? Why do you think that is, man?
Cultural differences.
Why do you think that is? Well,
you add cultural pressure to the normal pressures of marriage.
Well, here's an interesting thing about my daughter had a really good friend, and she would only date black guys. And she was like, she was S-ing their D's when she was 13. This girl was 13, 14 years old, and brought them home in front of her parents, who were liberals, to troll them. And they had to say, like, okay, I wish you well, right? Which I would have said, you're 13 years old. No, get the hell out of it. But you know why why that girl liked black guys? Because they have very low self-esteem. Interestingly, they have very low sexual self-esteem. So she was able to run circles around these 18-year-old men when she was 13 years old because they really looking for that affirmation.
Wait. I want to dig deeper into this.
Yeah, it's interesting.
See, I would have thought that.
I got a video for you, John.
Hold on. I would have thought that black men had high sexual esteem because they think that their dicks are bigger.
Right. No. She had this 13-year-old girl had these guys wrapped around her finger. She controlled them. Yeah. She owned them. They would, cry if she left him. And she was interesting because she was like this is a Zoomer girl thing. They're like doms. These girls are always alphas, and they only want to suck dick because then they are in control. You see what I'm saying? They're delivering the sexual drug, but they themselves aren't taking it. So, she eventually moved on after she was 13.
I never thought about no shit like that.
But she wouldn't even say hello to them in the hallway. That's what my daughter said.
My money's that
Yeah,
taller
and
than
and
Ludacris,
and in the
that's
community, it's a come up.
My money's that tall as Ludacris.
Right. Status symbol. The white girl's a status
My
symbol.
money's that tall as Ludacris.
This is our background music right here. Man.
My money's that tall as Ludacris.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it's like you could say this guy's scary. I'd be more honestly, knowing my daughter, I'd be more afraid for him than for her.
Which one?
This guy here. He's a big guy, right? And you say like, oh, he's going to beat the shit out of your daughter. He is going, no. You put my daughter, a white girl, up against this guy. When the shit goes down, he goes to jail and she walks without a scratch. That's what happens in our society. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I would say for him, it'd be a dumb idea, not for her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because he's going to crash out for her.
Yeah, that crash out might be killing her, motherfucking ass.
The problem with the white girl who has a good relationship with her dad, which is never the girl who like is the snow bunny or the coal burner, is like this man's never going to be able to like impress her in terms of masculinity because he looks like a real man, but he's what are you doing, right? Like, why did you spend 18 years in jail if you're a real man? Like, these guys have serious issues with their masculinity.
Ben, because he's somebody's son.
It's self-esteem. It's low self-esteem.
And when these guys, this does escalate here, but it doesn't get crazy. But when it does escalate and someone's about to die, what does every young black man say? Mama. They don't say Mama. They don't say dad.
Mama.
They don't say daddy. They say
They don't yell lawyer. Mama. They don't yell lawyer. They say mama.
Mama.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's interesting, but most people would say like, oh, Ben would have a problem with him because he wants to protect his daughter. I would say like, yeah, but I would actually be much more like concerned that she's going to just use this guy, which is what white girls do with black guys like this. They basically use them and then throw them out in the dumpster and go, well, whatever. But I mean, my daughter wouldn't do that. She's...
Ben, man, I tell you, it's honestly, I have a couple of friends that date outside their race, they're black guys.
Yeah.
One just called in, Philippe. And Philippe had an interesting, damn, I should have asked him about this shit on the screen so you could have heard that shit. He was trying to date a Jewish woman and she was like, my family ain't going for this shit, bro. You black. The stereotypes against you, stereotypes about raising children, blacks, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And she was like, I can't go much farther with you than just casual because of my family and the thoughts about blacks. And so I wonder from the white father's perspective, you haven't had that experience yet, but for the men, the white men that do, how is it like there has to be some kind of reticence there, and I'm really curious to hear in a white man speaking honestly about it.
Yeah,
and right?
My brother, by the way, who looks more white than me, he's blonde hair, blue eyes. Like he married a woman who was straight, like dark as coal African, but who was adopted from Liberia and raised by a white Swedish American family. So culturally, they were very similar. She didn't, she just looked black as coal, right? And so, I think that's less of a problem than actually marrying, culturally, even if it was a white woman from South Africa or something, or I don't know, I don't know if a white woman raised by Liberians, I think would be very, you know what I mean? There's culture and language, even though Liberia speaks English. But I would say, this is my take. This is a kind of as a grandparent, I like mixed race, especially if the race you're going to mix with is going to make good food for the potluck, because I'm not raising your kids. I'm not having sex with your spouse. Enjoy it. I don't care. I don't have any problem having mixed race It's in fact, as a white man, it gives me like having some color in the family tree is kind of insurance, right? So if shit goes down eventually and like the whites start getting attacked, our family's going to be protected. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So you're thinking ahead. You're thinking ahead.
Exactly.
You're
And
thinking
I'm
ahead.
thinking of the potluck. I'm thinking of the potluck. You marry Hispanic, you're going to get good food. You marry black, you could get good food. You're going to get good barbecue. And like but I'm not going to sit here and say you're a victim of your own choice. I'm never going to say that to my kids. You make this choice, you live with it. I hope to God you're not using this person to virtue signal in any way to me or anyone else, like, or to like be, but like, I don't lose. I don't see how I lose if one of my kids chooses to marry outside of their race. It's a thing, like, I think the sexual drive is weird. It's like, we want someone, as a man, you want to F someone who looks just like your mother, which is weird, but like, that's kind of your type, right? It's going to be your type. And yet you also are attracted to kind of the opposite. And that's the sex drive. I think that's how sex keeps it fresh. Because if you always wanted to have sex with your mom, you're going to have these, like, it's always going to be kind of, you're not going to get enough genetic freshness. But that's my experience, that like, I do find like Middle Eastern women, Italian women, which for me are very different. I find them very attractive. Women who are not at all like my mom. My mom is a classic big boob, kind of like model looking woman, like Scandinavian model. She was like it, for the 60s, 70s. But like, to me, that's like, you know what I mean? So I don't have any, I think it naturally works out that most people marry someone who looks a lot like them and there's a lot of good reasons to do that. It usually works out well. But if you marry, what happens if you marry someone who's too much like you, you're going to have all the same problem. You're just replicating all the problems of your family. So if you had problems in your family, you're just going to replicate them,
Take a look at this, man. I want to get your opinion on this. This is Trevor Noah. I played this a couple times. Let's see.
About gifted kids who are anomalous, let's say, to the norm. Whether we are talking about and I mean anything that does not fit into a category. I think the part of the reason Finland is able to do it is because, have you been to Finland?
It's very homogeneous.
I've been to Finland. You know who's in Finland? Finnish people. That's it. And because they're all Finnish, there's an idea of like, no, we all head in the same direction. We all know what our actions mean. And that's a really powerful thing I've learned in communicating with other people. When I'm in a room with anyone where we start to tie together multiple things. So if I'm in a room with Black people, already there's like an implicit trust because we know what certain actions, words, and vibes mean. And then you're in a room with another African. Already. Now, even if you shout at me, I know what your shout means. The same way an Italian knows what an Italian shout means. Yeah. Right? I know I'm prefacing it with a lot because it's a.
I mean, it's more or less the gist of what he's saying. And I think he's really true.
Yeah.
Like, I know how to deal with Blacks when they speak a certain way to me. I know when they're agitated, when they, when I can speak to them. You know what I mean? Like, and I think there's something to that, and I think it trickles down into business as well. You know
Absolutely.
what I mean?
What I took was that he's saying that they're emotional.
Well, again, like
not just that. It's not just that. It's that most of communication isn't vocal. It's body language, mannerisms.
Yeah,
I
told
you're in the
you guys.
culture, you understand those cues.
That is correct. I told you guys a while back that in the Black American Museum here, African American, whatever the fuck they call it, there's an exhibit strictly about gestures among Blacks, facial gestures, frowns, smirks, shit like that. And then I had a tenant one time, nigga from Nigeria somewhere, and Ben, this might freak you out, this may trip you out. And nigga said he could have a whole conversation, don't say a fucking word.
Right.
Clicks and cats. They got a whole conversation. Right? Like, and so those people know how to speak to each other in a way that I can't speak to no nigga that can speak in clicks and clacks. Right, I can't do that shit. And you know, I think there's something there that really affects relationships.
You know, there was I used to think I wanted to be a monk, you know, which is about the whitest thing you can be. There were some monks that take a vow of silence, so they spend their entire lives just making signs to each other, and they don't speak either. And there was a famous monk named Thomas Merton, and they eventually they cracked after the Second Vatican Council, and they said, "Okay, you can talk. It's ridiculous." And he said there was like a richness to it. You know what I mean? That like you can't. When you have to communicate that way, that there's a kind of like beauty to that kind of language. John, Grace is here. She just got me Domino's pizza. Now, I want to say I do have one complaint about blacks, and that is that they have introduced the idea that you should dip pizza into ranch sauce. She learned that from blacks when she was in high school, and I was like, why would anyone do that?
Cultural appropriation.
He does it too.
Let me put that nigga back on the screen. Grace, would you bring that nigga home? Grace, would you have a problem with? Would you think twice about bringing home because of Father Ben?
If I was
you bring big old Tyrone here, big buck.
I got one. Would I be afraid of bringing him home to my dad? Is that your question?
Yeah, would you be like, man, my dad's gonna be.
They're not living in my home. I don't even have a home.
I think my dad would like
bring him back to the goddamn RV. What up, right?
I mean, I'm not really familiar. Like, I watched the video with my dad.
Yeah, I ain't talking about what he done. I'm talking about him. Look at him, Grace. Grace. He run up on you in a dive bar somewhere, right?
He's a good-looking guy.
If I was gonna go for BBC, I would be interested in that kind of BBC. You know what I mean? Like just really fucking crazy, angry. You know what I mean? Trevor Noah.
He's funny too. If you watch a little bit more, he's funny. Like I don't know if you saw him saying like when they're like, "Hey, what's up, bro?" And he goes, "Why don't you ask this nigga over here?" And he's talking to the other cop. You know what I mean? It's funny. He the cops are acting white, and he's just saying like, "I'm just riffing." It's pretty entertaining.
Grace, I know what I wanted to ask you about. Damn, what is it about? Is it with this? Damn.
And they're saying, yeah, I'm walking around with a big dick.
Yeah, right. Me and my big black dick are going for a walk. What you gonna do about it?
I feel like it. It's pretty funny.
I would get your comment on this, Grace. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
1 second, Grace. You know about Elon Musk's new baby mama, right?
I've heard about it, yeah.
Have you heard what she tweeted under her old username?
No.
Does anyone want to tell her what the lady tweeted?
I don't know either. So
nobody know what?
Nope.
What? Let me see if I can find that shit. I'm gonna get Grace's point of view on this. Grace, give me 1 second.
I believe Elon Musk gets as much pussy as he does. It seems.
He's the richest guy in the world.
Yeah, but he's so autistic.
Oh yeah, you're one of those women who.
Damn.
Yeah. And that millions of dollars wouldn't help.
I like autistic nerds, but he's just like there's something off about him. It's just like, well, whatever. If you just want to be a gold digger, yeah.
Wow.
So you want to be what you're designed to be by nature.
You can't
Literally just gold digging is what women are designed to be. Nothing else.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I think I found. Okay, I found it, Grace. This is not. Oh, when let me see. Make sure. I want to see if I can find a better video for you, picture for you. I found it, Grace.
Got no money.
I found it, Grace. I found it. Grace, this is Elon Musk's latest baby mama.
At sex laptop.
That's an old Twitter handle. Hey, Grace, what do you think?
I don't know what to. That's funny. I don't think anybody would hold that against a woman.
Well, you say, oh, Elon Musk, he's a white boy. He grew up in South Africa.
Yeah.
There was big black dicks all over the place when he was growing up. So This is his sister, right?
You got big balls like that, legit. So great, like a white woman that thinks like this. Honestly, what do you think about? Like, I mean, she's out and proud with this shit.
I don't know. It's like a certain thing that white girls like.
No, John, if you don't mind this, put up the other thing of the guy outside of the neighborhood. Right.
All right. Hey, give me 1 second. All right.
Let's do a little role play. Okay, Grace, you're in the house.
Mm-hmm.
You're in this little turret, your little white girl turret on the outside, this little tower of your virginity and freshness and whatever, right? And you're looking out that triple window of this guy.
Yeah.
And you're 13, 14, 15 years old.
And I'm saying,
what's the thought?
like I'm a little bit scared, but also I'm a little bit turned on. This will piss off my dad.
You said to piss off your dad.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying not
my dad,
me.
but I'm saying one of these dads who's got one of these houses and has a
Right, that's what I'm saying. You guys say, leave him alone. He's a sexy black man. He's Tyrone.
It would piss my dad off if I.
I mean,
I
would say if I was the son in that turret, I'd be like, this guy he's making it more fun to be in this neighborhood. It's up here. No one talks to each other. He's out there.
No.
I don't care. I mean, it just seems like if more of us were like out here doing crazy shit, it'd be more fun. It's so boring in this neighborhood. But I'd be like, let's do what they did to Arbery. Don't be a pussy and call the cops. Get in a car of your own with a couple of guns and just say, "What's up, brother? What's up?" Run him off old style. You know what I mean? And if he's cool, he's cool. But if he starts shit,
you wouldn't be a young man worried about he might come out there and attack your sister or something like that.
No, I'd be afraid for him. I'd be protecting him.
Hey, Grace, what do you think about the Ben and John show, where we discuss black culture? You know, I bring them dead bodies. Grace, did you see them dead bodies? That dead nigga laid out there.
I did see.
Did you hear the police comment?
I saw somebody sent in my Discord server. John posted dead bodies. Can you post that?
I did the police call me. They're like, yo, the nigga dead. The nigga dead. Like, John, what's up, nigga dead?
Aren't you afraid of getting having to go to court? And
yeah, I told that little fuck nigga, the nigga that was renting the room, that gave the police my number. I said, nigga, what the fuck you getting my number for? He called in here. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck you getting my number for?
You didn't want to sit through a whole court case. You just want to
fuck no, nigga. Shit, fuck no. They be
I didn't see nothing, right?
That's what I'm saying, nigga. Shit, that's why I ain't
on the flip side, John, I would love to do that with you.
I think it'd be great.
But let me tell you, I know we've been trying to bring more people into our sphere. Grace just fell into the lap of a big. This guy had 1.2 million subs on his YouTube channel as of 2 months ago. But he's one of these. I don't know if you know. Do you know old school YouTube, like 2016, 2017 YouTube?
Not really. Tell me about it. What do you mean?
So usually it's like the guys who made it real big back then were usually gamers, right? Because you understand, tech people who were first using it. They were usually big fat guys, like 300, 400 pound guys who would flip out. They call it spurging, They would kind of flip out and throw their video game smash stuff, whatever, right? That and there's a series of these guys, and they have unbelievable reach. You know what I'm saying? Because they're the old school guys.
Yeah.
Right. Everybody knows. And we happened to fall into someone was watching a stream and Grace was writing I love
penis.
And she put
I wrote slut on my forehead.
I'm a slut or whatever on herself. This guy's watching it and he is he has this show with all these lolcows. Some
Keemstar,
of them have,
he knows
you know Keemstar?
Yeah.
Remember we told him about this.
Yeah. So he's a guy with 5 million viewers on Twitter, and he's got. But then Grace was briefly in it, and she got booted because she didn't want to do the shenanigans they wanted to do. But now she's on the outside, and this guy just got booted too, who's got the 1.2 million.
Yeah.
Right.
And of course, for them to team up with other people who also got the boot is the easiest move in the world to make, you know, because Grace can carry it, and they booted her because she was too good, and they didn't want the competition. But he's got the clout, and that's what she didn't have. So put them together with other people like that. So John, I would love for you to be part of that, because you would be a great, you know, kind of like, it's always, if you look at these guys, you'd be like, I can't even tell them apart. They're all gamers who are white, who are 45 years old, who are
pretty,
you know what I mean? They all think the same, and it'd be great to get, and Grace wants to do a show where she introduces new people to the internet, but rides off that old, you know what I mean, kind of.
Yeah, the old clout, because it's,
and you'd be perfect for one of those people. And
we need the
because
black,
I don't,
the black
John, I don't
voice.
think you realize how crazy it is that you're in the double-digit viewers a lot of time. You are a like 10,000, 20,000 concurrent level person.
And you know, I'm open to, you know, you got my number. Just we talk about it, man. You know, listen, I got plenty of time. That's the one benefit that I have, is I have plenty of time.
You guys have a great chemistry. I'll also
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, it was unfortunate with the B. Brave and John, but I think, you know, Ben brings kind of the same flavor, probably a little bit more controversial.
What an insult.
A little bit more controversial, but you know, you're a white guy, right? And so you bring a different perspective. And you know, like some rich, you know, you may have, you know, genealogy that goes back, you know, but you're not like some rich white guy where people can immediately say, "You're rich, white man. Fuck you. You got all the advantages in the world." Right? As
I actually did have all the advantages, but I threw them away. Like I never really.
That's even better. That's even better, right? Because I think what makes it work.
Hi, Gracie.
Is that a lot of times like the blacks want to attack anyone, a white man who's doing okay for himself, particularly if his family passed down the wealth to him. They want to attack someone like me if I don't live around blacks. But you don't live around blacks, what the fuck you know? But there is that unassailable position there that I think that we can make hay out of. Really, seriously.
You're natural. You know what the word liminal means? Do you know the word liminal? You ever heard that word?
Liminal.
Yeah, I guess it'd be like the opposite of above sub, right? You know what you mean?
Like you're like kind of right in the crack or the crevice, like no one can really. So like people will say, some people will say, you're a race realist, you're a racist, you're far right. Because I do understand and like actually think a lot of things that are said over there are true. Bell curve, whatever. I got no problem with that. But
I got no problem either.
I also believe that white supremacy is a thing. And actually, I think the problem is that blacks believe in white supremacy more than whites do. So I you know what I mean? Like I don't, it's very hard to pigeonhole me as right wing or left wing or liberal or conservative. So
you're probably more liberal than I am.
Maybe. How? Let me see if I can find a position that I would hold that's more conservative than yours.
Condoms, maybe something like that.
Oh yeah. You think blacks should procreate less, and young black men should focus on their careers, right?
Well, I think you can have either or you could have both. But I don't think that, you know, men that don't have control of their careers should be out here having children and shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think I would probably say they're never going to grow up until they have children. But I understand they're never going to they shouldn't have children until they grow up. But like I think usually people do that at the same time. But I think the problem is black women who don't support black men and help them to grow up and immediately expect them to be the daddy they never had and then throw them out when it doesn't work. So I don't know that we're that far off, really. But
yeah, you know, and again, you know, I think if we were, you know, perfectly aligned, maybe it wouldn't be so interesting.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
Brave and I weren't perfectly aligned on the one issue with, you know, with the black crime and violence. You know, I bring the the anecdotal evidence that he brings, the high level thought about it, right? Someone says, did John drop B Brave? No, I didn't drop B Brave, man. You know, I like B Brave, man. I have nothing bad to say about B Brave. And the next morning, so I'm going to do a stream. And I'm going to call him up. I got some content I really want him to talk about.
The reason I haven't interacted with a lot with your channel is because Stanley's always on a lot of the time, and Stanley just whatever. I respect Stanley, but like it's just he just doesn't let he doesn't like you being part of the show. So
he's a bit of a diva.
That's fine. But I was like, oh, John's on. I could talk to John. But
you
John,
can always catch me in the. Go ahead.
I want to put you on the spot.
I'm sorry.
You keep talking.
No, I was gonna say you can always catch me in the morning. Most mornings, I would say maybe 5 days a week. I do a stream individually. Okay. I don't know if you see. Have you seen my layout of my new stream when I do my stream individually? Have you guys seen that?
No.
I've seen a little bit. Do you use OBS?
Yeah, I'm using OBS, and I won't take it. Let's see. Let me show you, Ben. It look good. Okay, no one gives me any critiques here. I gotta go with the critiques.
You will not mince words.
No, it looked clean. I like the, but I didn't understand like the timer. No, you had a clock, didn't you? Up in
I had a clock. Washington local time, Washington D.C. And so let me show you, Ben, since you may not have seen it. I've been taking around with OBS and shit. I'm a software developer by nature, I guess you could say. And so here's how the screen looks, man. It's kind of slick and clean, right? You got the weather forecast, Washington D.C., the time, right? And then
it's not up.
Share it.
Oh, it's not up. Oh shit.
No.
Okay. Well, here's the stream. Here's how it looks.
Okay.
You see the BBC feed at the bottom. You see that? I don't know if you see that.
Yeah.
The clock right there.
Is that like a widget?
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of widgets there. Yeah, and then this is starting stream here. Got the weather and shit, the time, you got the little goals up here, all that kind of shit. It's pretty
The only
slick.
thing I would say is you have your chat over by where your sign is, so it's like words on words, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I need to work on the chat because I think the font or whatever is not that great. So I'll work on that. But yeah, so what do you think about that, Grace? Ben and John.
I think that'd be great.
I love it.
Now, John, I want to start. What would you tell this guy in that neighborhood? What would you tell him? Like, let's say you could he's not going to fight you, nothing like that. But what's your assessment of him? Like, what would you say to him?
Yeah.
Man, like if you were my tenant.
I'm just saying, like he's your son or like he's a guy and it's like, have that conversation like, nigga.
Man, let me tell you. I had my cousin call in one day, and I had this big black nigga that was on PCP.
Yeah.
So I sent my cousin up there to collect the rent, and that big black nigga like, yo, get the fuck away from my door. He's a big black nigga who used to form a boxer, like professional boxing. Nigga was big, man, like 6'5", bro, like big motherfucker. But he partially blind in one eye. And so I knew I couldn't directly confront the motherfucker, and he was too violent, like predicated to like really fuck you up, right?
Yeah.
So as I said, like I think a lot of these real nigga. Like, willing to go to jail, you know what I'm saying? But he did show some pause because he is blind, and a blind nigga in jail might well be a crook, right? So,
hard throwing punches if you don't have two eyes.
Well, he lost his vision because he was blind, or because of boxing.
Oh, okay.
They beat his brain. He lost his vision.
But I mean, you'd see a one-armed boxer before you'd see a one-eyed boxer because you have to.
Well, I think he may have gone blind after, just from the punches to the head, he lost his vision. And so, man, when I put the nigga, man, one day I wish I could tell you niggas this. I make these motherfuckers change the laws around here if I told you. But so I'm putting the nigga out. This nigga walked into a tree, bro. He was that fucking blind. Like, I could have killed this nigga. I didn't know he was this blind.
Really?
Bitch, you this blind, I could have killed your ass. But you very blind. And nigga, as he walking out of my house, man, nigga walked into a tree, man. No lie. That fucking blind. So I think, saying mentally you have to, it's really mind fucking. You heard my buddy Philippe call in. And he said, man, John Galt never been to court. Never. Not one time. These niggas be begging me to take him to court. Say, we ain't going there, bro. Nigga, we're going to fight out here in the street before I give you home field advantage in the courts. It don't work. Like, anyway,
I do not understand that, but I remember
everybody understand
the video. What was the guy? Rake it up. I tell all my bitches, rake it up. Okay.
Break it down.
And one of the lines was like, we ain't showing up in court. Right? I was like, well, that's why black people are stupid. They don't go to court. But I now know why black people don't go to court. Because woman takes you to court, you're just getting humiliated either way.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. But see, landlord tenant court, they will show up. That's why you can't take them to court. You have to.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying. Yeah, I agree with you. Like, I get it. Like,
see, I always
they
like
don't
to
have to pay. They don't have to pay. And if you go to court, Grace went to court. They got a whole kiosk out there saying, like, you got a
right. As soon as you walk in the door,
I give you a lawyer.
Right.
You don't want them to know how many resources are available to them.
You know, my buddy Felipe, that motherfucker, I should have had him call in. So he wanted to sue and, you know, blah, blah, blah. His tenant motherfucker owing about $20,000. So he called in and see if he could get some legal aid. And the limit for legal aid is $20,000 per year income. Bro, if you only make $20,000, you don't have property. Unless you inherited your old woman or something, right?
Wow.
And so I always say, my advice to anyone who want to get in property, you got to flip the table and get home field advantage for yourself. And that is what I've always done. Like I say, nigga, I'll make you take me to court before I take you to court. And they never understood what the fuck I was talking about.
Can I tell you something weird that happened to me? Yeah. You're saying as a real estate guy, if I'm not making 20 grand, what the hell, right? I once got really behind on my taxes, and I went to the state, taxation board, and talked with the representative. And I was like, they're gonna kill me, they're gonna crucify me because I haven't been filing, you know. And he was like, he was amazed that I was gonna file that I made a profit on a real estate property. He's like, that. He was like, you got to be kidding me. No one says they made profit in real estate. He laughed.
Cash flow business.
He was like, oh, cute kid. You're going to declare a profit? Are you kidding? Just say zero.
This is the cash flow business. Cash flow business.
You hide it. You know what I mean? You hide it and depreciate. I don't know. Like,
you just stuff it somewhere.
I was like, but you're the tax guy. He's like, oh my God. Like, you don't got nothing to worry about. He's like, I wouldn't be concerned in the slightest. And I was like, what?
Man, you know, one of my first jobs when I first got to DC, I used to sell real estate tax credits. One of the biggest fucking scams. Now they sell climate change tax credits. So Mission, I used to work for this company. I almost called the name. I used to work for this company and they will sell low-income housing tax credits. If an MFB is in the audience, or if anyone knows about DC, there's a part of DC now. It's real nice. And so I went over there trying to selling real estate tax credits, low income housing tax credits. LIHTC. You can Google it.
And really what you're doing a lot of times is like, and like you might say like, oh, I got someone running a business out of my that's residentially. Nobody cares about the gray economy and the black economy. They care about the black economy, the gray. You know what I mean by gray economy? Illegal. If you're not in a fancy neighborhood, the cops are happy that you're doing something to keep you busy. You know, they don't care. And if white folks, if rich folks go down to that neighborhood and they go like, I'm going to give it a try. Like you're not calling the health department. I mean, come on. You know what you're gonna get.
You know, Ben, when you were in my alley, right? Remember when you were in my alley?
Yeah, I remember that.
And a lot of times, like, this is some real dope here. Motherfuckers don't understand, but a nigga like John Galt, I do. And I'm trying to teach you something. This is one of the advantages of being in the ghetto, niggas. Real dope, man. I wish I could go members only. I'm giving you niggas this free shit for free. And I used to always tell my mama, I used to say, my mama said, don't give them the dope for free. I said, they ain't gonna do nothing with it. They ain't gonna do nothing with the dope, mama. I ain't gotta worry about it. but it's plenty of customers to be sold to, so I don't have to worry about no competition. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, if you remember when you were in my alley, and I said, "Go down there and buy some weed from the niggas in the corner of the alley." Remember that, Grace?
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh.
I didn't, but the guy Mike with us did.
Mm-hmm. Now, what you don't understand, what motherfuckers probably didn't realize is, them niggas had the whole alley blocked off, the corner, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
So anybody that wanted to go through that alley, they just would fuck it. I go around. Then them niggas had the alley blocked off, right?
We couldn't even drive through.
No, we could have. They would have got out of the way, but it's
They would have gotten out of the way if you did, but
only
most people
4
just,
houses. I mean,
most people would just go around, right? Back the fuck up, pull up in my 2 driving parking spots, and just turn around. That's probably what you guys did.
We just backed out.
Right?
We just reversed out.
Yeah.
You backed the fuck out. That is correct.
They're using it like 2 driveways.
So what does that mean for a nigga like John Galt? What does that mean for a nigga like me?
I don't know. You gotta.
Don't even fucking know. You don't even fucking know. You don't know. Now, you do remember there was a white guy and a black guy back there working. You remember that, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
The white
In
guy
my
was
garage.
the tweaker, and the black guy was in the studio, shed, workshop.
Yeah.
Garage. It was a garage. There's power back there, and they were working in my garage, correct?
Yeah.
And by the fact that them niggers had blocked the alley off, the entrance to the alley, what does that mean for the nigga that works in my garage?
Well, one thing is he
I don't
can
know.
use the alley as workspace and park there.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about
But
traffic.
on the other
coming
hand,
through.
you can't
Hold
get in and
on,
out.
Grace just said. Hold on, Grace just said it. Say it, Grace. Say it one more time.
Well, he can use the road for extra space because you don't have to worry about traffic coming through. You're saying because he's got a
That nigga
store.
never- that
Positive
nigga-
and negative.
He wants traffic. Yeah, but
He
I mean,
does- he does. No, hold on. He does not want traffic. He can get traffic from the other end of the alley, right? He can get traffic from the other end of the alley, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But if he needs to store tools, supplies in the alley, by the fact that them niggers block the alley off, he has more or less access to all the alley from where the niggas block the alley off up to his spot, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You pulled your car up in the alley and blocked it. No one came through, correct?
Yeah.
So sometimes when he's out there working, he's a finished carpenter. He's spraying doors and cabinets. That shit all in the alley.
Yeah.
I have to charge that nigga for that. Because them niggas made a way for selling their dope in the corner. They made a way for you to have that whole fucking alley. And those are the benefits that Roland Martin does not fucking understand.
Yeah, right.
Nigga like me, they gotta pay a nigga like me to work in the fucking alley that I don't even own because I own that fucking garage right there.
Right.
And by extension, that fucking alley comes with it, nigga. Pay up, nigga.
Right.
I am that nigga.
Yeah, there's always, I think there's almost all, YouTube is filled with people. Is it black people, white people, women, men who are crying about how they're victims? But you know how nature works. Wherever there's a downside, there's usually more than an upside to outweigh it if you're smart.
Give me 1 minute, man. I'll be right back.
Sure.
They gotta put this food in the oven.
John, okay. We gotta hop off, guys. Tell John we said bye.
No, let's get John excited
Got
because we're talking about this guy's got 1.2 million viewers. He loves Grace. Grace thinks he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Now's our opportunity to platform really interesting conversations.
Oh, I'd absolutely
And John
love
would
to.
be fantastic because
But we gotta establish this thing with Rich first before we.
yeah,
bring
no, I'm
John
just
in.
saying, like, he could just come by and say hi on his channel. You're gonna be killing it.
Oh yeah,
And
absolutely.
it's just a great opportunity to bring all this talent that we know. And John's one of the big ones. I think he's the biggest one in terms of how likable he is, how like absolutely, like top tier, and how few viewers he gets.
I totally agree. John should get more viewers, get more
I
of a
mean,
platform. Them
He's got that
niggers.
Morgan
It's great.
Freeman level.
It's absolutely great.
charm,
Yeah.
but the audience isn't there.
Yeah.
So we got to
We'll make
work
that
that,
happen.
and we're
We'll
working
make
on
that
his
happen.
side too, because I'd
Yeah.
love to talk with him. I don't. But do we have to tell John to like be careful on that stream? We'll see. I think a black guy can say.
I think a black guy can say pretty much anything he wants on
I think a
YouTube.
black
Like
guy
a
can
woman,
say
like a woman.
Whatever controversial stuff about black people.
I don't know.
Just
Hard
like Jews
R,
can do it with Jews.
Yeah, probably on big platforms they wouldn't want to say hard R, but I think a black guy saying
if he's a
them
black guy?
niggers is funny.
Yeah. I do think it's fine. I don't think it's YouTube's stopping.
Someone said,
John,
someone said,
John, we were just
legs, Grace. What's up? What's up, Grace?
we were just gassing you up because yeah, sure. I think I'm trying to get access to a bigger platform, and I feel like we know all sorts of different people, and I'd like to let them give. I'm not trying to be condescending, but like have a platform for everybody, all the people I know,
I'm
bigger
agree.
numbers and stuff, including me.
I do agree with you 100% on that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's part of my thought pattern. So go ahead.
Well, I'm hoping I'm trying to connect with these older YouTube kind of stars and kind of have collabs with them so that I can have access to their platform. Because the thing is, they have star access, like reach and stuff, but they don't have. Dad, did you take your mic off? Okay. They have like star power. Somebody's got feedback. No.
I just muted on Trackable. Go right ahead, Grace.
Okay, I think he was like clicking or something.
Yeah, I got him. Go ahead.
But you're doing something new, which is like I've literally never seen anybody do it. Is like a black guy talking about being a landlord to black people. It's hilarious, but it hasn't really taken off because I haven't seen any way for you to get access to a bigger thing because like nobody's doing that. You know what I mean? Like just nobody's doing it, and people don't really know how to package it because they think you're racist, right? But they're like, he's a black guy, so he can't be racist. He's dealing with other black people.
Ain't nobody got no kind of dope like that. When niggas say, I'm blessed you're a brother, you call me back. And that nigga later died in my house. Ain't nobody got no dope like that. And
yeah.
That's a real dope. I'll show you that nigga. You want to see that nigga, Grace?
No, I do not want to see a dead body. I believe you. I saw the YouTube short.
Anyway, go ahead. Go. I'm on board with what you're saying, Grace. Go right ahead.
Well, so if I ever got a show together with one of these bigger guys, or I got some reach from it, I'd love to have you as a guest. You should come up with like a trailer of like who you are or something like that. Like clip selection.
We got thoughts and we got tropes and all this tropes.
But to be honest, you only To be honest, all you got
together. Go ahead. What you say?
Oh, he is. Oh, I know that guy. Yeah. He's
tropes maybe put together.
Yeah.
Now I agree with you 100%, Grace. It's I say, I know a lot of people hate on you, but Grace, you remember when you first came on? Maybe it was B-Brave or someone. I said, Grace is something. I think I have a good eye of recognizing people with talent, and I think you've proven yourself out. You keep a lot of people in the audience. And,
I try.
You do a very good job.
I just waiting for that crack, because like I know so many kind of, what I'm talking about, like including myself, offbeat channels on YouTube that don't get a ton of views, but like are doing something new, and it's like, in YouTube terms, like it's gonna take 20 years, and then somebody will make a documentary, and they'll be like, oh, these people are really interesting or whatever.
No, see, let me tell you what what I think about this. John is the type of guy, when he pops, it's going to explode. But until then, no one knows exactly what to make of him. That's the liminal part.
That's
right?
What I was saying. Yeah.
And like, so for example, you being a kind of like anti-feminist white girl appeals most to black males. That's your natural demographic, because they love to hear a white woman champion masculinity, right?
That's true.
That's how Pearl made her money.
Yeah.
Now I think John's like gold demographic, I know that ultimately he wants to speak to blacks, but it is whites who would find him fascinating, because they've been saying to themselves what he's saying, like, at the dinner table, right?
Yeah.
But he's the only one. He's the only black guy out there who's like blowing the cover on the like, we keep this under a lid for our mutual benefit. He's saying like, I'm not doing that.
What happened?
I'm not doing that on your behalf. Yeah. So he gets shunned by blacks, but whites would be like, oh, finally, you know, everyone's been calling me racist, but here's a black guy saying this is true, and I knew it.
Yeah, right. You know, it's been a long time.
So there you can go back to the blacks and go, okay, look, you know, now we need to have a real conversation. But like, I think your problem is that you initially are seen as a black channel.
Yeah.
And blacks are like, even actually, you know who's most opposed to you is not liberal blacks.
Yeah.
Not DEI blacks, but like conservative blacks, because they want to say like, yeah, we can say some things, but not the things you're saying. You see what I mean?
Nobody.
Because
Man,
like,
you know,
oh, we you know that blows our conservative black thing.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is that the conservative blacks and the elite Democrat liberal blacks, they don't want to get their hands dirty, bro. I had a nigga I know, a real good friend of mine. He shook hands with, he met Obama, and the first thing I had to ask that nigga, was his hands soft? Has he ever put hands on a dead body?
Yeah, but don't you think someone like Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson, he knows exactly what you're talking. He knows it. Those guys lived in these neighborhoods and deal with these people. They know what you're talking about. They'll just say that's right.
But they get paid. They get paid, man, to go.
But they know they're not like Obama.
They
Never actually been there. They know these neighborhoods.
They know
all that. They're just using it. They're working it to make money. But they're not. They're not any more afraid of
that's their cash cow.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
You ever seen the? You ever read the book? Damn, I got it over here. Radical Chic, Mau Mau and the Flat Catchers. You ever heard of that?
No.
Let me pull this shit up. Radical Chic, Mau Mau.
Oh, it's Tom Wolfe.
Flat
Tom
Catcher.
Wolfe?
My nigga, Tom Galt. What you say, Tom Wolfe, right? Radical Chic, Mau Mauing the flat catches. Anyone ever heard of that book before? No, you just looked it up or what, man?
No, I've heard of it. Yeah, Tom Wolfe. It's like
my nigga Tom Wolfe. Yo, the best book he wrote was Bonfire of Vanities. Anyone ever hear that book, Bonfire of Vanities? I talk about it all the time here.
I never read it, but yeah.
Oh, that's one of the best book you can read. But again, you know, I think again, like Mau Mau and the Flat Catchers, it was a book about Tom Wolfe. Tom Wolfe wrote this book. It was about some what do they call it? Upper East Side liberal whites, maybe West Side, I can't remember. And had the Black Panthers in their house. And the Black Panthers were talking about, you know, at that time talking about killing white people.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was chic, it was a radical chic that had these radical niggas in among white people. I think Leonard Bernstein, if you ever heard of Leonard Bernstein, was one of the liberals in attendance at the party here. And they were just, you know, mau-mauing over these radical niggas that wanted to kill their ass. And the niggas with Black Panther, you know, Black Panther uniforms and shit like that. And anyway, radical chic, mau-mau and flat catchers. You know?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, you look at the way like rap culture, which has a lot of negative things going on, has become so mainstream that it's like the Super Bowl is running it. And
ninja shit. Ninja
I mean, there's party rap and there's political rap, but like some of the I used to love Public Enemy, but I mean they were Nation of Islam. They were like, that's a crazy philosophy.
Yeah. You know, see, you know, it's one of the things, Ben, you know, as Grace was pointing out, the different points of view, the true diversity, where we talked a lot about the Super Bowl presentation up here. A lot of niggas get up in and it was great. Kendrick Lamar squash Drake. A minor. That's all the black scream.
A minor.
But to the white people who are looking at shit like, what the fuck are you talking about, nigga? I don't know nothing about no goddamn. Why is Serena Williams there? Well, what's the relevance of that? And I think a lot of blacks are so myopic in their view of the world that they think that they can take their rap beefs to a Super Bowl global audience and engage in their tribal war chants. And I think a white guy like you can really articulate, like, a
John,
different
your phone going off.
I hate these niggas calling me. Who the fuck? Somebody want a room. Somebody want. Listen, nigga, to call me early. Down. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, nigga. It's a nigga that called for Keisha earlier. How did I turn him off? Yeah, nigga. Yeah.
Keisha?
Yeah, you remember the nigga? Who was it?
Yeah.
Was anyone here when the nigga called for Keisha?
Yeah. I was here earlier.
Yeah, the nigga called for Keisha.
Yo,
Nigga.
John, you better not be messing with none of these brothers' girls, man.
Nigga got the wrong number.
You know how they
John.
No, let me say something.
John, you talk a lot about.
No. Actually, the Super Bowl, they say, oh, this is some black people shit. Grace looked into. Do you know how much, like, how there's like modern art choreography? Like there was like 8,000 of these kind of like symbols that you were supposed to see in that whole thing. And that kind of choreography comes out of universities. I had a girlfriend, she was into like modern choreography. It was impossible to understand any of it, like all modern art. So that was actually white people stuff. It was super complicated, political, and it was all like you had to be on the inside. You ever been to a modern art museum and you go like, what is that? That's a blue screen. That's a blue rectangle. And they're like, no, you don't understand. All this shit. You have to be a member of the elite to understand what's going on there, right? Because I don't know. They had this whole thing with. Remember, it was like at one point, the flag. There was like they were red, white, and blue, and they're on their back, and that's showing that the country was built on black people's backs, and then split between the flag, and he's in the middle, and that shows this divide. And there was like 80 or 90 different little things, and she didn't even get finished reading the article. That's some white people shit. I don't think black people. That's not
the
like
symbolism.
Hey, bong, bong, bong. I mean, you know what I mean? Like that's not really.
It is like.
I love it. If you want to see the essence of like black musician, you ever seen that African dude with a one-stringed guitar?
One string Andy or something.
He's just got a one-string guitar.
Chicken on the corn.
Hey, Bid, if you want to hear it, you want to hear the essence of what today's, I did a stream on this earlier this morning. I probably went off on a little bit of a tangent.
Young Thug.
This is what I think, honestly, black music has devolved to. Listen to this. This is how black music is made today.
My money tall like little Chris. I for ran up with him like a booty man. My money that tall as Chris. I don't shoot that, bro. My money so tall like a shoot him, man. My money so tall like Ludacris. I throw in the shoot for this. My money that tall as Ludacris. I throw in. I swear they gonna shoot for this. My money that tall as Ludacris. I throw in. I swear I'm gonna shoot.
Yo, that shit is fire, son.
Ludacris.
That's how, like, I think, honestly, man, and I know a lot of people don't like to hear this shit, but a lot of the black music today is my money.
You gonna kill for it?
That's like must be the rehearsal.
We call that mumble rap.
This is one of the most popular rappers in.
My money so tall like Ludacris. I throw in that shoot for this. My money's that tall as Ludacris. I throw in. I swear they gonna shoot for this.
Can I ask the white folks on the panel? Do you guys know what he's saying?
Yeah. Do you know what he said? Just said, Ben, Grace. Because this might be a nigga opening line to you, Grace, when he meet you. Like, my mother.
I gotta get a blunt for this one. So, do you guys know what he's saying?
I think he's just.
My money's that tall as.
No, I'm listening. Grace, go ahead.
What you gonna kill for it? My money. Ludacris, I froze. I thought you gonna whip it. My money.
I'm waiting.
What's he saying, Grace? Go ahead.
I get you turn it down too much. I can't hear it.
Oh.
My money's that tall as Ludacris, I throw, and I swear I'm gonna shoot with it.
That money, that ludicrous flowing, I swear I'm gonna shoot with it. Something like that.
My money's so tall like a
My money's on top.
My money talk like Ludacris.
Somebody clip this.
My money talk louder.
My money's that tall as My money so tall like
Don't try, dude. Don't give it up, man. Look, dude, I'm ghetto and I don't know what the fuck he's saying, Grace. Like, let's be honest.
Isn't he just figuring out the flow of the line, though? He's not
Let's
necessarily
be honest.
saying
Dr. Seuss is a better rapper than this guy.
My money's that tall as Ludacris that fro, and that's what you gonna give it. My money's that taller than Ludacris that fro, that's what you gonna give it.
Shit, Dr. Seuss is a better rapper, dude.
That's why I'm gonna give it. My money's that tall as Ludacris that fro, and that's why I'm gonna do it. My money's that tall as Ludacris that fro, and that's why I'm gonna.
I need some looker for this shit. What am I fucking looking at? All right, well, GoPro. God, let me put a GoPro on.
I don't know if you've ever heard. If you've ever heard
This is ridiculous, man.
There was I remember reading once like about rock music that like the what they came to with like lyrics and rock music is you want to, even though like Rolling Stones, right? Okay, they were inspired by the blues without a doubt, but the idea was like you want to be just like, so you just can't quite understand the words, but you can kind of catch it. Was like the right mix for rock music, which is a combination of white and black. And you know,
they said that like try to make it sound so they can't.
If you want to listen to white music where you can really hear the words, you go to folk music, that kind of old school folk music. You can hear every word loud and clear.
Yeah.
But no one likes that music. No one likes that music.
Oh, I like Bob Dylan.
No, he's not really folk. He's like, it's like Woody Guthrie. This land is your land.
Kenny Loggins,
This
dude.
land is my land.
Kenny
You can hear
Loggins.
every word. I don't. Who?
Kenny Loggins.
Kenny Loggins is rock.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Country, somewhat. You can hear every word. Yeah.
Hey,
Some of
Ben,
it.
you know,
But I don't know. Like, I don't think complex is necessarily better than simple.
Yeah.
I don't think like clarity is necessarily better than like lack of clarity.
It just sucks. It just sucks that we go from people like Luther Vandross, Barry White, and all these, you know, Motown classics, you know, to this.
See, this is what I would say. I would say black music and culture is like the primal goo that then other cultures can take and make into something more sophisticated. And so like the blues music from the 20s and 30s, honestly, it sounds stupid if you listen to, they have recordings of it where it's like, I went down to the station and I went down. I went to the station.
Yeah, I'd rather listen to that.
I went down the line. It's the same fucking thing like 80 times.
Yeah.
You know? And I went down that woman.
There it is.
but I can understand them at
BB
least.
King.
But that was taken by like Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, and it became like it took over the world. And I'll tell you a guy today. If you watch this, if you can find this video, Pop Smoke Dior. Okay, that makes no sense.
That nigga from right around where I live.
Okay,
I think did he
but
get
that's
killed?
a brilliant
Was that the nigga that got
song.
killed?
Yeah,
It's a
that's
brilliant.
true.
It
He
makes
got
no
killed.
sense.
Yeah.
That song
Christian
makes no
Dior,
sense.
Dior.
He got popped,
Orange balls.
smoked.
Yeah, he died, but like, it's a great
What do you
song.
mean he
I
get
don't
killed?
know. I don't know what to say. It makes
They
no
they
sense.
robbed him at a Airbnb. They didn't rent from John Galt.
That's why the nigga got killed near me, man. Where did Pop Smoke get killed? Pop
In an
Smoke.
Airbnb, bro.
Did he get
In
killed in Brooklyn
California.
though?
In California.
Oh, he got killed in Cali. Oh, he got killed in
Yeah,
Cali.
he was on a call. He was on a call
But he was from Brooklyn. Where was Pop from? Where was the nigga from?
from Brooklyn.
He from around my way though. I mean, the nigga from literally around my way though. Whoever this nigga was.
But
Oh,
is
no,
anyone
he
going to say
fucking
that song makes any sense? No, and I'm sure he wouldn't either. It's just, I
It's
don't
a
know. Like
vibe.
only
It's
a black
vibe.
guy can have this kind of way. He just likes the way Christian Dior sounds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's a brand that he associates, like, and he doesn't care that it makes no sense. When it rains, it pours. I love the way that you. It's awesome. Great. He did a great job. I don't know. I mean,
half the song is just like kind of moaning, grunting.
he just has a great presence. He seems like a fun guy. I don't think he's a gangster rapper, but it's like, I mean, it's a contribution. I enjoyed like
the audio.
What a raise the pause. I like the way she woo.
Clear the room. I like the way she woo.
But yeah, Ben, I think that and maybe even Grace, Ben and Grace and John.
Yeah.
Because when the black men call in Grace, we can lean on Grace.
Now you got to get me a good looking black girl to talk to.
Yeah.
That's what I need in my life.
What about
like, hell no. No, ain't got that personality for this shit.
No.
Like you got that. Grace, I always say you had that sales personality for the shit. And you know,
I had a black girl hit me up. She said I was like a terrible human being. Her name was Hecate's daughter.
Oh yeah.
She's an actual prostitute in her 40s.
Grace,
beautiful woman.
She's a prostitute, but you're
Grace.
terrible.
Did you hear this Grace? Were you here earlier, Grace? And this is the power of the white woman. Listen.
Oh no, I did hear this.
That nigga said it. He took that piece. He said, "I had me a white girl."
Hey John, we gotta hop off, but we'll come back on later, okay?
Hey, I had a great time, John.
We'll hit you back.
Hey, let's talk offline about Ben, Grace, and John. That shit would be great. When my black tenants call in, oh my goodness, that would be great. Grace, you can make some. I promise you, sell one. I'll pay you every time. You make some money on screen, cash outs, rent rooms, and content. All these are 3 for 1. And I think that should go. I think it'd be very organic content because I bring the organic content.
Oh yeah.
That's good.
Talk to you later, John. Bye.
Yeah, let's talk offline. Yep. Mm-hmm. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, that'll be dope.
Yeah, I think they can make some magic happen. Yeah,
at least we know he won't run away. But I sent you another organic clip, John. What you think about this baby mama that went clubbing at 2 in the morning, John? 2 in the morning, John.
You ain't got no music in this shit.
I hope not. Nah, I don't think they do. But that is just crazy, bro.
Oh, somebody sent me a share. Oh, yeah.
My dude, bro. That shit broke my heart.
Shit. Mama was at the club, they say. Jesus.
Mama was at the club at 2 in the morning, John. Because there's more important things to life than partying.
We like to party. No nigga. Why ain't it gone?
Jesus, man. Give the kid to the daddy or something. They don't want to do that, man. They give the kid to the daddy. They lifeline.
Oh shit! I thought I was showing. Damn.
Their lifeline goes away.
Oh man. Damn. How did they?
You're okay. Did you call 911? You can call 911. Dominic, I got a blanket in the back of the car.
Yeah,
Dominic,
right here.
I got a blanket in the car.
No.
You're okay.
Oh man. Baby in the street. This is what we do in Utica now.
Oh, that's in Utica, New York? Oh, they been all kind of problem. In Utica.
Where's Utica at?
Utica's in New York, right? So upstate New York.
Baby in the street.
Upstate New York.
Now you feel me?
Young nigga taking piss. Man, let me get to the comments for 1 second. I do think, man, man, I ain't fucking with Grace, bro. Nigga, when I came out this motherfucker, I played that. Man, what was it? Muhammad Ali. Nigga, nigga, I like my music the right way. Nigga, when I want to wake up and call these niggas, only a black woman understand where nigga come from. Can you imagine a nigga like me woke up and like, these motherfucking niggas make me sick? A white woman will understand that, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm a nigga, that hard. A white woman will understand it. I wouldn't even feel
She
comfortable.
wouldn't want to live. She wouldn't want to live in your shoes.
Could you imagine me jumping up there and screaming like, these fucking niggas make me sick? Look at these niggas. My lady Lisa, she knows the truth and shit, but she's it's hard for her. You know, I can't drag her across the finish line and make her admit the truth. But yeah, bro. I don't know if you niggas remember, like when she was like, "Yo, jump on let me ride the scooter with me, John." How many of you niggas would jump on the scooter with that white woman? Probably told her, get in front. Go back to the stream, nigga. And what did Young Galt do? Say, nigga, I ain't riding that scooter with you. Get on, you can ride it. You remember? Anyone remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't about to let these people clip me, nigga. And me like shit, nigga, I got women. Like the fuck am I? My women looking at this shit forever and we can't get it off the YouTube. Right? Had me look like King. What's that nigga? Linwood?
More like Simpwood.
Nigga, you never be thinking a day. I be thinking like far ahead of you niggas. Nigga, most of you niggas jumped on that motherfucking scooter with her and grabbing her by her waist. Right? Ain't that right, Latino?
Shit.
But you know, different times, different people. Hard men. Made real good times. And the good times we had when I went home and I ain't have to hear my woman talk about, what the fuck you doing on school with this girl? White woman. Now, I ain't gonna be like Obama when Jennifer Aniston, nigga. Different niggas in this world. Anyway, I saw that shit, man. Listen, what I was looking for something.
He said Obama he gonna be in that scooter with that white lady.
You to jump on that scooter with Jennifer Aniston, nigga. I would have ride. Let ride.
On some limp.
Michelle been at home waiting on that nigga. Like, nigga, what the fuck you doing on that scooter? Every time she go in there, somebody send her that motherfucking video. Nigga,
I ain't riding in that scooter with that white
on that video.
That
I'm a nigga jump on. And you wonder why, like, now you put two and two together. You heard my cousin calling. He said, "What's Young Galt first rule when you come to DC?" Latino, were you listening when that nigga called in? He said, "Don't fuck with my tenants." That's the rule. Nigga, you want to bring your dusty ass up here from Alabama and you want to do some work for me? Rule number one, don't fuck with the tenants. Because they pay me.
Mm-hmm.
And then they think you are an extension of me. So then the bitches don't want to pay. Right? That's how it works. That's why I'm fucking on these bitches that live in my house. And I know you guys remember this clip. I know you guys remember this. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Let's see. I know you Latino, do you remember this?
What, the lady in the alley?
No. You remember
Yeah,
it?
like one of the first videos when I first got on.
Hello? Yeah. Who is this?
Yeah, how you doing?
Who is this?
Jerry.
Airbnb, Jerry?
Guest from Airbnb.
Man, you know you slept with that woman the last time and told that woman you worked for me or something last time you used it. You remember that shit? You slept with that, you remember you slept with that fucking woman in my house and told that woman, that fat woman, you she thought you worked for me or something. You remember that shit?
Oh, that crazy woman?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nigga, you hear that crazy ass woman asking me for a free night, thinking that man, my lady, she wrote an Airbnb message or something, talking about she done fuck somebody in the house. And my lady was like, who she fuck? She thinking she fucked me. And I had to figure this shit out. Like, you fucked her ass.
She wrote She wrote an AMV message. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, she was like, yeah, you know, I get a free night because I fucked this nigga. And I'm like, what nigga you fuck? My lady was like, what nigga is she fuck? And nigga, that was you fucked him.
Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't find out. I didn't find out she was a cuckoo till after that.
And so again, like you know, one of the first streams I did, I don't know if you guys remember, was like, "What a dope man at," and you know what I mean, like this nigga just tricked off my name and got a free shot of pussy off my name. And motherfuckers are like, you know what, Latino man, like, I went up on some nigga panel. I had it written down what the nigga name of the panel was. And it's very often, you know, and I'm gonna do a stream about this shit, and I've talked about it many, many times before. You know, the first thing when I tell a nigga I'm a landlord, you know what the first thing a motherfucking nigga ask me, y'all niggas ain't gonna believe it. You know what the first thing nigga tell me when I said, nigga, I got that dope out in the neighborhood. You know what they say? Latino, what do you think they say?
I don't know. It's like
The
how you
first
get
thing
it, how you got it.
The niggas, they ain't interested in that.
What? I would be.
Only the beating down broken niggas. I played the nigga with the broken hoof he said, John Galt, how did you get into this? With the amputated hoof. You remember? He said, how you get into this? You remember that?
Yeah.
All right. My children will listen to this one day. And they'll hear what I said to the nigga. And I said, man, my mom was hardcore, man. My daddy wasn't that good at it and I didn't really explain to him. But in honesty, and I'm being real honest with you guys and give you some real dope. One of the things that when I talk to you guys about like Michael and Sons and, you know, one generation cuts down the trees and the next generation comes along and build the houses. One of the things I learned, honestly, I'm giving you some real dope here. My dad used to fraternize with the tenants. You know what I mean? Smoke weed, fuck some of them. And that was his downfall. And so I took from that, like, don't fuck with the tenants, bro. Nigga, I keep weed. They keep, what the weed? Keep blowing. I don't need to drink with none of you motherfuckers. You ain't gonna hold no bill over my head for being late on your rent, nigga, because I got that bill. I got that weed. So what's the problem, like, with your rent being late? Ain't no excuses here. And so that's one of the things I learned from my father, honestly. Like, don't fraternize with your tenants. So when you heard my cousin call in, this is one generation of game being passed to the next that was learned from the flaws of my father and the virtues of my mother. She ain't fucking around with these niggas. You ain't pay her. Let's go take these niggas' doors off. Okay, let's do it. And that's how I became so hardcore of a nigga. What you think is hardcore, which I think is compassionate. Because I'm out here providing housing for the people that want to pay for it, not for the niggas that want to live for free. And I hope you kind of get a better insight on a nigga Young Galt right there. Anyway, what's up, Latino?
Just another day, man.
Anyway, it's an interesting conversation. What do you think about the Ben and John Galt show, man? What do you guys think of the Ben? Well, I think we should include Grace. She does bring that woman factor. Help me rent some of these rooms to these niggas. You know what I mean? I think Grace will be a boon to the show. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure.
You think so? What do you guys think in the chat? Let me know what you think in the chat. And by the way, I was going to share something with you guys. We only have 29 likes. I don't really give a shit about the likes, but I think they should be commensurate with the people in the audience. We have 39 people in the audience. At some point, we have like 40 people in the audience. So if you haven't hit the like button, it would be, I would appreciate that. It's free. It don't cost you much. If you want to support the channel, we would appreciate that too. Cash Apps, we're doing what, $10 a day for Porsche Day. you know what's interesting? You saw me pull up these clips like seamlessly, like boom, boom, boom. That shit doesn't happen by happenstance. Like YouTube doesn't do it for us. We have to do it ourselves. And by the fact that we stream so long, we have so much golden content because, you know, nigga like HB jump on, he going trucking, you never know what you might hear or see. And if you're interested in learning about trucking, then you got a first-hand resource, right? You can hop over and ask that nigga any kind of question you like, right? You can ask him whatever you like, and he's out here on the road doing it, not talking about it, doing it, right? Ain't that right, Latino? We talk to HB sometimes.
Damn right.
No.
Well, he at work.
Treacherous conditions, right? And so, there is that, and then we have Stanley Cross. He's the military vet, and I know, man, I would love to know how many of you guys have taken some of Crack's advice and made some money in the stock market. If you have, I'm just curious to know. And you know, I talked a lot about the Green Dragon, and I explained it to Universal Jones, and I think, like, you know, I'm in a very unique position that I don't need your money. And I think it somewhat disgusts me in some ways, if I may be honest. You saw me on Sharon Bracey channel, and I'm going to do a stream about this shit. It's called the YouTube Preachers. Monday through Saturday, they scalp the pockets of these black women who are looking for an excuse for their conditions in their neighborhoods, in their communities, in their positions in life. And you saw that fucking nigger, Sharon Bracey. Listen, I am a nigga that can be honest. You know, there are some, similarities with Be Brave and I. And you know, I ain't really worried about the views per se, so I can really be honest. When I was up on that nigga Sharon Bracey channel, I've said it before, I'm repeating myself. That dancing for Cash App really, really disgusted me. Really, really disgusting me. We don't do that shit here, right? We do ask that you support the show because, it does take labor and effort and love to do it. But I ain't kicking them niggas off for $15. Whatever the fuck they charge to kick a nigga off. I'm not going to give you a wrench if you pay me for it. If you ask for it, I'll give you one, but there is no cost. And I just can't run no shit like that. Nigga, I got women listening to this shit. You understand what I'm saying, Latino? Could you be out on the street with a cup in your hand, begging for money, and then come home to your woman and say, look, I am that nigga. And
John,
I understand it's like you're a real man.
like as right now as we speak, and you see if my camera's off, right? Most of the time what I'm doing is I'm doing an application, bro. So I'm making my money as I'm on here, dude. I'm not just on here just to be on here.
And that's what I'm saying. Most of the men that come here, they're working. I remember when you were applying for the job, I think you may be working now. Is that correct?
I actually I didn't take it just for the
But I remember when you applied for that job.
Yeah, they were gonna give it to me and everything. It's just
but again, you're not screaming victimhood. There's another nigga up on the chat earlier.
Man, it's on to the next battle.
He talked about when the hammer was coming down for him, he'd already had a couple of other jobs. As a nigga like me, as a landlord, we got 7 still in the room. Nigga, when a nigga go long on me, I had a nigga at 7 still pay me $4,000. 4 months up front. I think I had him on the string. And a lot of niggas would stop selling that dope. Because he got 4 months, I'm selling that dope hard, 7 still. And one might say, well, why you selling the dope if he already done rented the room? The room ain't available. But nigga, you think that's all the good dope I got? And so someone said, I'm saying, look, if I were to show you my Airbnb calendar right now, and I've told you motherfuckers, like, I ain't content with just letting the middleman pick my pockets. How many times you heard me say, I ain't content with that shit? Right? How many times?
Yeah.
What?
Cutthroat.
I probably didn't say it so many goddamn times. You probably got tired of hearing me saying it. And then you got people up in there, but the super chats, right? They want me to fall in bed with the middleman, let him get 40% and pay me
They want to
40
see. They just
days
don't want to
later.
see their name on the screen, John.
Yeah, I put your name on the screen if you like.
That's all it is.
But these same people that, will be down at the Occupy Wall Street protests are the same ones that want to get in bed with big business by, demanding super chats, so on and so forth. And so, as I was saying, 7 Seal, this is some inside dope here again. I got, places in the same, basically on the same street. No, on the same street. I've shown them to you. And so a nigga rented a room for me. And he said, man, Jungle, I paid 4 months up front. But I got a lot of dope just like what he just bought for 4 months. So what do I do? I say, well, I guess I'll take that dope off the market for the next 4 months. And Jungle, shit, what do? I leave the dope on the market. I said, yo, nigga, I know you ain't got nothing in your pocket, but I want you to go down to that block, that corner. I ain't giving up that fucking corner. Just because I done sold the dope and I'm out right now, nigga, I ain't giving up the corner. We're not gonna wait till we re-up. Don't work like that, nigga. I gotta keep selling that dope. And so I said, nigga, get your ass out here on the corner right now, even though you ain't got no dope in your pocket. And then you're gonna do a switcheroo on them.
Yeah, you better sell some hot chocolate or something.
And so if I were to show you my Airbnb calendar right now, what you will see is that a room that's been booked up for 4 months is available. Well, it's not available because it has also been booked on Airbnb. What? How does that happen? How does someone book a room that someone just booked off the books on Airbnb? Shouldn't I have blocked that room? Does everyone understand what I'm saying? This is like me teaching software the other night. I'm teaching real estate for anyone. This ain't fucking real estate. This is about selling, just selling. You understand? Even though I had sold that room for 4 months, I sent the nigga back out on the same block with the shit saying, hey, I still got that room for rent. And then when people say, well, okay, let me get that room. Well, you know what, man, that room ain't available, but I got another one that might suit your need. And there you go. Now I got 2 bookings for the same room, but one person is in another room directly across the street. I sold the alternative to them. And they bought it. 2 chill, pure cocaine. They didn't give a fuck. They just wanted that dope. They want to get high. I got this shit that'll get your ass high. And that is one of the ways I get around Airbnb as a middleman. Even if my room's a book, nigga, they list.
I'm just really appreciated that a brother like yourself, will bless me.
Man, I probably couldn't have done this 10, 15 years ago, honestly, bro. And it is a blessing to me, for people like Samson. May
you
only
never
be
been
one
afraid though?
But what?
I mean, somebody might do some crazy shit, dog.
That's interesting that you say that, bro. And I'm gonna see get my buddy on the stream because I really want to teach you guys something here. And before I even say it, I want to let you guys hear another nigga say it because I taught him this. Understand? If my children ever listen to this, they're gonna pick up the game first knowledge, right? And we're gonna see if we get this nigga on stream. And let's see if I can get him on. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see if we can get him on. Let's see. Oh, you got him. All right. This is very important. This is a landlord game 101. Hey man, you know, you're on with John Galt, and I know you're probably busy, but I wanted to teach the audience one thing that you've heard me talk about many times, and it's one of the things that I've held, you know, when I'm a landlord, and I've talked to you about it, and I'm not trying to lead. I'm trying to lead you without me saying it, so people don't think that I just. As a landlord, one of the things I've said that I try to maintain over my tenants.
The moral high ground.
My nigga.
Moral high ground. Yeah. You taught me that lesson a couple times the last couple of years.
Tell the audience how I taught you that over the last couple of years.
Man, just, you know, I think you got some years of experience, so you know, the patience, really. You know, you just do the right thing. All right, hold on 1 second. Go ahead and carry on. Hold on.
I didn't even have to give you guys, you know, like, this is what it is, bro. Moral authority is really the word that I would use, but it's the same thing, the moral high ground, because I've used that term as well. I don't fuck these tenants, right? I don't engage with them. I don't smoke weed with them, right? I don't do any business with them. And that has allowed me, right? Would you say this right? It has allowed me what I've talked to you about. It's the moral high ground.
Right. So you do what you're supposed to do as a landlord. So this way, when it's time, you know, for them to be out, like, they really have nothing really to say, right? Hey, that's broken, or that's broken, or you know, hey, we're friends, give me more time. None of that, all that is out the window.
I fuck
you. Know, they know unequivocally that they messed up. Like, you know, that it's on them. You know,
right? They can't say, "Well, I fucked you, Mr. John Galt."
That's very important when it comes time for them to go. You know,
they can't say, "I fucked you."
You know, none of that.
They can't. I sucked your dick.
Right,
I fucked you. I cleaned your house. Nothing. Right.
Boom.
Right. I cleaned your house, man, Mr. John Galt. But I would clean up around here, nigga. I ain't asked you to do that. Right. Right. It's nothing. Right. And that gives me the moral high ground.
Very important.
It's very important.
So when you need to make a move on them,
right?
They ain't so much they can say at that point.
It takes the fire out of them. It takes the fire out of them.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
That's
very
some free,
important. Very important.
That's some real free game, niggas. And you've used that to your advantage as well, or you've seen me use it to my advantage. Correct.
Yeah, I've seen you. I don't think I have enough patience.
Right.
But I've used it for sure.
I am that nigga, John Galt. I've been doing this a long time. I've been doing this a long time. Everybody understand.
Hey, they can give a super chat for that one. Hey, let me holler at you though.
I've been up here about 6 or 7 hours, guys, and I just seen the video of him saying, "Yeah, I saw that Floyd Mayweather." We're gonna get into that. We're gonna dig into it. You know, again, you know, I'm gonna give you my first thought about Floyd Mayweather before I get out of here. New York, a tricky market. I can pull up clip after clip of Donald Trump saying he had a hard way to go in New York marketing. That shit ain't for the person who doesn't have the experience dealing with that. A lot of laws, bro. You read some of the comments where he posts about him owning that property. I read it. And, you know, I've shown it here on the stream, bro. In cities like New York, people don't really sell that dope like that. You know what I'm saying? They don't let that shit go. They ain't letting no corners go. And if they do, there's probably a reason. Now, I know there's some affordable housing components to his house, to some of the apartments that he sold. And I wouldn't be surprised if they sold some of their worst performing assets to him. That's just my, you know, I don't know a lot what's going on, but people don't sell their best dope. That's just how it works. Nigga, I just sold out recently. I ain't selling my best dope. I sold some of my worst dope. right? I don't know, CKJ3, man. I think if you would ask me what I would say, if you'd ask me, I would say it's gonna suck him dry. Honestly, it's gonna suck him dry. He's never dealt with people that will use his celebrity status against him. He's loved in the ring. He's not loved as a landlord. There are a lot of landlords. Bro, let me pull up an article for you. Let me see if I can explain to you. All right. And I'm gonna really explain to you by this. And I don't want you to think I'm casting aspersions. Let's see if I got the article. All right. Let's see if I got it. Let's see. See if I got it. Let's see. I know I found it. Let's see. Damn, what the fuck is it? Oh yeah, here it is right here. Here's one article. And among, you can find in New York. And so let me explain something to you. CKJ3. This is what I was explaining to you. And I was kind of getting to it with the when I was talking to Ben Thorpe. Nigga, in New York, it's so much of a technocratic city that they can manage down to your trash collection, bro, and find your ass. So if you ain't on your game, they can punish your ass just from the trash with fines. The city be hitting your ass with fines. These ain't no petty ass fines. Understand? And then here's this right here, CKJ3, another example of what I'm talking about here. I want you to listen to this. Now, this is DC. DC is not as technocratic as New York because New York is a very big city and they can afford to buy technology to automate a lot of their processes. So listen to this. They're probably being an ad.
Master of Public Health at GW. Discover a master of...
The big story this half hour, experts are warning some affordable housing developers in the district may be on the verge of financial ruin.
And now lawmakers say it's time to crack down on those at the root of the problem, tenants not paying their rent. Bob Barner live for us in Northeast with what exactly is going on here, Bob?
Hey there, Sharon and Jim. Yes, to hear those experts tell us, worst case scenario, a number of housing properties, affordable housing properties here in the district could be forced to shut down, potentially putting thousands of tenants out on the street. It's a crisis not many people are aware of.
One fear is that people could be put on the street if housing projects close down.
D.C. Councilmember Robert White is chairman of the council's housing committee. He says both for-profit and not-for-profit developers of affordable housing in D.C. are on the verge of collapse.
We are really reaching a crisis that most of us in DC haven't seen, at least not for a long time, where we're seeing a significant slowdown in producing more housing. That's going to impact everyday people. It's going to make housing more expensive.
Some industry analysts are predicting more than 20,000 affordable housing units in DC are at risk of foreclosure. Take Meadow Green Courts in Southeast DC, for example. According to BizNow, a digital media company covering the commercial...
Look at all them fucking windows open. 1, 2. These are hallway windows right here. Wide open.
Real estate industry, of the 435 units here, 336 are occupied. 125 are behind on their rent.
We have issues with mold, mice, rats, roaches.
CKG3, do you understand what the problem Floyd Mayweather is facing now? He bought a lot of affordable housing units. People like this. She probably behind on her rent. And what did she say?
And them the owners becoming slumlords.
Shirley Thompson Wright says,
I love that, baby. How long before they called Floyd Mayweather a slumlord? And he probably will be, bro, because he has no experience. You just heard that nigga on the stream say that nigga John Galt. No, the hell of business. The moral authority. The high ground, the more high ground. You think that nigga Floyd Mayweather fucking nigga can't gonna get in there and do and be able to mind fuck these niggas like I do? Nigga, I ain't never been to court. Not one time, not yet. Knock on wood, niggas. And again, you listen to what these people are saying.
She's lived at Meadow Green Courts for more than 25 years and is concerned for those like herself who do pay their.
Nigga, Floyd Mayweather done bought a whole bunch of tenants just like this. In a whole bunch of buildings just like this, but bigger. Nigga, the trash pickup in a place like this ain't no fucking game. Like, this an operation in and of itself, just a trash pickup.
Rent.
We live here and no security. The owner said they can't pay security. The building's falling down.
That's the dilemma of low-income housing, bro. Nigga, I've done it so many times. I do it to this day. You see the niggas getting killed in my places, niggas dying. Niggas ain't got no families and shit. Family. And no security. What the fuck you need security for? Oh, the criminals. You don't want to talk about them? These people are truly amazing. Anyway.
Now cannot invest in anything.
The company that owns this community manages 1,700 affordable housing units.
Damn, that's a big landlord there. Good God. 1,700. I'm just a little nigga. But these people can't do a YouTube stream and tell you what they're going through. I can. And so I give you that pure uncut. You heard Ben Thorpe saying, a nigga like me can make a lot of money in these ghetto neighborhoods because the faggot niggas like, what that nigga name? Roland Martin? He said, man, like, niggas, you crazy? I ain't about to go do no business in those neighborhoods. Like, dangerous. Dangerous. He don't want to get involved. I understand. Right? I understand.
In 11 properties in D.C. with $6 million total in unpaid rent. Prior to the pandemic,
$6 million in unpaid rent. I've been telling you these motherfuckers are going to end up in shanties, bro. That's the only alternative. If they can't pay their rent, they're going to end up in shanties.
the BizNow article says the landlord, E&G Group, never had more than $1 million in unpaid rent on its books.
I'm working through some ideas now about how we start to distinguish between the people who truly can't pay their rent and people who are gaming the system, so that everybody is not suffering because some people are deciding to game the system.
Nina Albert is DC's deputy mayor for economic development.
Well, we're working on a number of different solutions. We're obviously aware of sort of the adoption. This is really like a post-pandemic lag, if you will. There were a number of different policies put in place to stabilize both tenants and landlords during the pandemic. And so now we're sort of seeing that lag effect continue. And what we're trying to do is correct it.
And the reality is the people with the most money are always going to find a place to live. So the folks.
That's damn right. That's damn right. That's what I've been telling you. Will be at the core, will be at the crux of this black, tethered, Caribbean, African conflict and tension. Say it again, nigga. All the laws you pass will not be able to usurp.
And the reality
continue. So now we're sort of seeing that lag effect continue. And what we're trying to do is correct it.
And the reality is the people with the most money are always going to find a place to live.
Yep. So they're going to call a nigga like John Galt and he's going to be like, yo, how much you got? How much, nigga?
So the folks most impacted by this crisis are everyday people already struggling to make ends meet. So we don't have a choice of whether or not we're going to act. But we have to act with urgency.
This same fuck nigga was all for providing housing for migrants. But maybe, just maybe, he can't draw a connection between his providing housing for migrants and the niggas not having anywhere to live. Maybe he a stupid nigga. Maybe he don't understand economics.
Of course, interest rates, inflation, energy and maintenance costs
All that shit gonna get you niggas. What's up,
also
KK?
leading to this crisis for some of those developers, some of whom are having a tough time paying their mortgages. Guys?
I'm out. Big up. And so I asked you again, and this is what's up, Kimmy Case? What's going on? So I asked you again. You've heard me say niggas need to live like migrants. I've talked about the singles tax in New York, and they bring it all together. And I told you, I went on a couple niggas playing some AF. What the fuck? I got it. Wait, I got it here. It's a niggas panel. I might pull it up. You know, panel. What niggas pound did I go on to? Did I not write it down? Maybe I didn't write it down, but whatever. Whatever the fuck. Whatever. Fuck. I don't know. So I ask you guys again before I get out of here, and I'll share this with you.
I think black people have this may ruffle some feathers, but I don't give a fuck. I feel like black people have revolutionized poverty and made it look so fucking cool that people think we like it.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie.
I think that black people have made
That's a
poverty
fucking
look
bar.
so cool that people think we fucking like it, bro. We don't like it. We're just making the best of it.
Even the trauma that come from it, niggas aspire to.
Like
niggas want to be a tough nigga. You don't realize this nigga ain't tough. This nigga just watched his daddy die and his mama on drugs, and like his life, that nigga traumatized. That nigga got PTSD. He ain't tough.
Daddy died.
He's traumatized.
Mama on
to
drugs.
the point where
Nigga, who done showed you that more than me? Daddy died. Mama on drugs. Nigga, who done showed you that more than me? Who deal with people? These niggas don't. These niggas on the radio talking. But I walk it like I talking, my nigga. These niggas just on the radio, my nigga. Like, yeah, who bring the dead bodies? Who bring the dead bodies? And the niggas just say, what do the niggas just say to me? They say sometimes the niggas call in, they say, what? It's your nigga. You're a brother, man. I am that nigga, John Galt. Kimmy K's been on me for a long time. I've been the same nigga. You know, heard niggas, white people calling in my tenants, they say the same shit. My friends, Philippe, he called in, he said, you're a real intelligent nigga. I promise you, I don't have to lie to you. I want to give you some game that you can take with you. And it would, you know, I just can't even, I can't do no Grant Cardone, no Sharon Bracey up here dancing. Kimmy can't know me too well for that shit. I got to see her in public. We go, when I get back to Brooklyn, Kimmy Case, you know, we had drinks and, you know, you see me smoking and drinking. And could you imagine sitting across from me, Kimmy Case, and I've been up on this motherfucker begging and acting like a bitch, like Sharon Bracey. Could you imagine me? And then you sit across from me, having drinks with me, and I'd be like a bitch, like caping, acting like the nigga that you, acting like a nigga that you know I ain't. You couldn't even imagine that shit. You wouldn't even imagine. Hey, listen. I wish I could call that fuck nigga up. Norm opens at 7 a.m. now. He runs the cafe in the morning. Nigga might not answer my call, but I'm gonna call the nigga anyway. Cause I want that nigga to give you the real dope. I want that nigga to give you the real dope. I want you to hear Norm's words without a nigga like John Galt. Probably, I hope he answered the phone. My nigga, I heard you open it up at 7 o'clock in the morning now. Kimmy Case told me you open up at 7 in the morning.
I moved it back to 8, but yep, all day, baby.
My nigga, you know you on with John Galt. And man, you know, I always liked you, Norm. Oh, you my nigga. I've shown you pictures of me with the mask, with you with the mask on and me with no mask. But who was the nigga that told you to open up early and said, man, you gotta take advantage, man? Who's that nigga?
It was the nigga I'm talking to.
I love it. And when they were putting in those COVID restrictions, who was that nigga that said, man, I ain't wearing no fucking mask. I'm gonna come in here and drink, Norm, to patronize your business, bro. But I ain't putting that motherfucking mask on. That is correct. I told you, nigga,
original defiant nigga.
That nigga. I am that nigga, John Galt. And I'm so, man, listen, I am so glad to hear you open it. You took my advice. Well, I ain't gonna say you took my advice, but you executed on some things I suggested to you, understand? Because, you know, during COVID, man, I told you, man, like, fuck that shit, man. Get about your business, right? I said that, right? I was that nigga. I told you, get about your business, Norm. You know what I'm saying? I did tell you that, right? I did. We got Kimmy Case in the audience. Kimmy Case, send a shout out to Norm. We're gonna put Drinks Bar and Lounge in Brooklyn. My favorite. My nigga Norm. This nigga let me come in there and smoke and drink. Norm, when I come in your spot, what I do? What I drink? What I smoke? What?
My nigga, yourself at home.
And I drink that old fashioned chill, no ice. Chill, no ice. And I smoke and drink. My nigga Norm, man. And you know, I appreciate you answering my call. I'll be back in Brooklyn before you know it. You know, I'll be there smoking and drinking. Hey, Kimmy K. Have you seen Kimmy Case lately, Norm? Kimmy K, you seen Norm, you seen Kimmy Case lately?
I have not.
We got to get Kimmy Case back up in drinks, right? Ain't that right? No, we got to get. Hey, who up in drink right now, man? Right. Who up in drink right now, man? Man, I miss being there. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Like, you know, I would be. You know, I would be
back up here and do a show from here,
nigga. You know, I would be there right now, nigga. I done been there before you open that motherfucker. Let me put drink up on the screen here. Yo, folks, if you we got 32 people in the audience right now. Ain't no telling how many people gonna watch this shit. But if you ever are in Brooklyn, where should they go? No, let me pull up a drink, man. Listen, I ain't gonna lie. Look, I've spent probably more
Drink
time.
Cafe and Lounge, 768 Franklin Avenue. We open at 8 in the morning.
My nigga,
and we stay up until 8.
Drink. Let me put this shit up on the stream. You know, I should put that picture up with Drink with me and you. When you got that fucking mask on it, nigga. Unmasked, unbowed as a nigga like me. Let me see. Drink Lounge, BK. My nigga, you got the Instagram going. I see, huh? I got it up on the screen right now. Drink Lounge. This is what nigga John Galt. You want to catch a nigga with John Galt when he in Brooklyn, nigga. At 5 o'clock every day, Norman. Nigga, I sometimes open that bitch up. I be in the basement sometimes, nigga. They be getting the pumps and shit work. I'll be down there and shit, smoking and drinking. Ain't that right now, man?
Well, if that was a proper thing to do, then that's the thing that you would have done.
But anyway, guys, man, Norm, man, you know, a lot of times, I be in there talking a lot of shit. But you know, I do look up to you, Norm. I ain't gonna lie to you, man, because you know, and you've heard me kind of say it in like roundabout ways. I'm like, nigga, you be in this bitch all day and all night, don't you? Like, that's the life of a bar owner. Is that correct? No, we got a lot of business owners in the audience. That's the life of a bar.
Life of a small business owner.
But a bar owner, me, man, you remember that time, Norm, you told me about sugars in the bar? Like, I remember the little small shit you be saying, nigga, because I do be listening. You remember what you told me about sugar behind the bar and how you have to clean up? And I said, damn, nigga, I never thought about that shit. And I saw you clean up behind the bar. I said, damn. And this nigga worked on Wall Street, right? You worked on Wall Street, Norm. Is that correct? Right?
I work on Wall Street, exactly.
High finance type shit, correct? High finance type shit. Not no, you ain't the janitor down there. You're not the janitor. Is that correct? Niggas might think you the janitor, Norm. You're not janitor, correct?
They would be very wrong.
You big guy. You worked at Goldman, is that correct?
I did not work at Goldman.
I'm sorry,
I worked at a bunch of other banks.
You worked in Maryland,
Morgan,
right. I forget which one you were. So you're a high finance guy that gave it up to run a bar in what would have been at the time black ass Brooklyn, right?
Yeah, I gave it up to be an entrepreneur and be more a part of the community.
My nigga. I played a clip early, Norm, of a nigga, Roland Martin, saying, he was being challenged by Patrick Bet-David. Like, why don't more blacks like Norm go back to the community or open up bars and business? Do you agree? Do you think that more blacks should go back to the community and open up bars and business and clubs and shit like that, and restaurants and grocery stores and shit like that? Bodegas.
Absolutely. I think we got to be part of our community, or it's not a community.
No,
that's why I'm here.
You could have made more money and without all the challenges of just staying in High Wall Street, correct?
100%.
You made a lot more money. You probably made more money doing it, right? Without the help and headache.
A lot more money.
Niggas fighting.
Bro. No, it's a different kind of stress. It's all stressful.
Yeah.
What is much better though?
Man, Norm, I really appreciate you calling in. Again, I'm probably repeating myself, but I like to focus on business on my channel, and give people some insight, because a lot of people want to go into bars and clubs, but I don't think they see like the work that you put into it, because I've seen you. You understand? Sometimes you let me in. It's 3:00, and nigga, you be in that bitch, like working nonstop, right? And I've tried to get you on stream. Yeah, yo, I'm busy, right? You know what I mean? And I think a lot of people see the glitz and the glamour, but they don't see the 3:00 you nonstop getting this shit running. You know what I mean, Noah?
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's just the nonstop. This is like having a young child that refuses to grow up and take care of themselves,
Yeah.
You can train people to do it and pay people to do things, but ultimately it comes back to you. And small business is small business, You don't have big business resources, so you gotta do it yourself.
Yeah. You gotta get your hands dirty.
Some of the most successful small business owners I know still working their business 5-6 days a week, because that's what's required.
Yeah. No, I wanted to ask you one more question before you go. It was something about damn, I lost my train of thought. It was something about when you're working in your bar. I don't have the question that I really wanted to ask you. I forget, Norm, but anyway, Norm, what I will ask you is, man, would you be willing to come back on from time to time and give people advice on how to open a bar? And then I think there's a totally different stream on how to run a bar. And by the fact that you're in a big inner city, a very technocratic inner city, right? And I've seen you negotiate with wholesalers and stuff like that. Remember that white guy used to come in your bar and he'd be like, Norm, stock this, and he'd have like free drink giveaways. You understand what I'm talking about? Norm.
Sure.
And I'm asking you as a favor, but I think, it would be like what you call like a community benefit. That a lot of people that come on the stream here, they want to like get into businesses like yours, but they don't know the half, They don't know the half, You understand? It's like the people that want to get in my business, you know my business, You know how hardcore the nigga got to be in my business, right?
I will gladly share some good tales and some true tales.
There you go. No, maybe 30 minutes, once a month or so. If you could pull that off, man, that would be great. And I think it would be very beneficial for the audience. What do you guys think in the audience? Yeah, and they. But no, man, I ain't gonna hold you up. I know it's a Friday night. I know you got the people coming in. They want them drinks. Hey, this is what I'm gonna ask you. Why don't you sell Hennessy, man?
You know, that's just one of the things that we don't sell. We sell a lot of things that are off the beaten path. I really try to stay away from the more common brands. There's nothing wrong with Hennessy as a product. It's just not the product for us. You know, we have especially where cognac is concerned, we have a very small lineup. We only have 2 labels, and that's just not one of them.
No, I remember you telling me one time, niggas get wild off there Hennessy.
People get wild off of alcohol. You know what I mean?
But is that Hennessy but does that Hennessy exaggerate the shit?
You know, my partner and I made some decisions when we opened a place. And one of them was we were going to stick with certain brands. Other brands fell away. And that's just how it's been 10 years later.
Mm-hmm. My nigga Norm, we got Drink Lounge. Man, when I found your spot, bro, I fell in love, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You create an atmosphere, man. You know how much I be there, right?
100%.
My
man,
nigga know.
You very much.
My nigga know. Hey, anybody in Brooklyn, Franklin Avenue, right off the train stop, a block and a half down, they will make you at home, make you a great drink, and they'll let you smoke in the back. My nigga know. All right, man. I appreciate you, man, for taking the call, man.
Man, I appreciate you so much too, man. We'll talk really soon. I hope to see you.
Man, hey, much luck and success, because it was my suggestion that you start opening up earlier, man. And I wish you nothing but luck, man. Nothing but the best of luck.
You got to come down and try our new espresso old fashioned.
You know I do it. Hey, how's the morning business doing, by the way?
It's doing good. It's doing good. You know, we took we're taking our time to get it right. We got the coffee right now. We do fresh baked pastries every day. The kitchen is open. We got small bites and Caribbean influence. So it's going well.
You know, I like to spike my coffee though. Can I get a spike coffee? I need a little bourbon in John Galt's coffee. Can I get a spike? You ain't got that yet?
We got that. We definitely got that. You got to come a little bit later in the morning, but we definitely got you.
My nigga. Man. Again, I'm saying it, I'm repeating myself, but man, I've been rooting for you, man, since I first stepped in your bar. To be honest with you, you know what I'm saying? I've been rooting for you.
Yes, you have. You've been supportive. You've been consistent, and I appreciate every bit of it.
My nigga Norm. All right, Norm. We got Kimmy Casey and all
I'm
this.
gonna get back to work.
Yeah, I know it, my nigga. That's my nigga. Yeah, I really like that nigga, man. You're a hardworking nigga. Kimmy Casey, man, I wish you'd come up. You know Norm very well. Like I know Norm. And we spent many days and nights hanging out with Norm. And anyway, brought back memories. Brooklyn, New York. Young Galt, hang out in Brooklyn. Anyway, guys, let me ask you: did you guys see my earlier stream this morning? You can come in on the design if you like of the stream. The layout of the stream. I think Grace has some comments there. But the content, what would you like to see me cover more? I really want to cover more AI. But I ain't gonna lie to you. I did a software stream. Did anyone see the software stream that I did a couple nights ago? It's pretty interesting. I thought it's a drunk stream. Anyway, I was looking for some people to come up. Yeah, I've been rock and rolling damn near all day today. It's 5, 6 o'clock. I've been rolling for probably about 7 hours. John Galt. Anyway, guys, support the stream. We're doing $10 a day for Portia J, as always. I mean, we also have our morning Yeah, I know you guys been missing out on HB. I think he'd be going live at some point, maybe tomorrow. Bad weather out where he's traveling. He was up on the stream last night though. Going trucking with HB. So make sure you support HB2N Going Trucking. Stanley Cross. The cantankerous Stanley Cross, I should say. And you have Get Crack. You know, I know you guys are making a lot of money off Get Crack's stock advice there. If you're really paying attention, if you trying to get ahead in life and not waiting on reparations train to come down, then we have Get Crack here. You should check Get Crack for me, and he's giving out the best stock advice. No charge, no paywall, and then you have me, John Galt. Selling that dope online. Let's see if anyone's calling in, by the way. You know, I need to sell a little bit. You say you wouldn't like an AI software stream? I've been looking at the SDK for like maybe a large language model, ChatGPT or something. I think Microsoft has I guess it would be more or less a wrapper around the AI model, kind of like StreamYard is to YouTube there. Maybe I should demo this. Demo it one day. I'll do that, no doubt. What Kimmy K say? I feel like I never know what. Yeah, he's been in bad weather. Kimmy K. I talked to him the other day. He didn't want to be on streaming. You guys hear him like panic or something. You know, someone crash in front of him or something like that. So that is the limit. Excuse me. There's the limitations of Mother Nature there. You know, it can even if the communications are good, the weather conditions can be bad. Anyway, yeah, damn, I got the hiccups here. It's been a great stream. I think I'm gonna smoke this joint. I'll take a look at the comments and any questions. Anyone have any real estate questions? I'll try my best to answer those, and I'll smoke this joint, finish this beer out, and then we see where we go from here. On the video, did you do a compilation tropes? We have so much content here, man. Like I think that we can almost do streams without other people's content. To get around a lot of those copyright issues and things like that. I think that you see me take that approach a lot of times. I'll play a lot of the content that we have here because I think we do have a lot of valuable content, and I like to focus on what we have as opposed to other people in many cases. Or you saw me comment on Sharon Bracey, but it was more or less my response to that. So again, we have so much content, but shout out to Tropes. I really appreciate it. You're one of the people that helped make the channel go there. Yeah, Porsche. Okay, Tropes. I haven't checked it, but I know you usually always do it. It's yeah. I can't wait to see this one. Porsche, I have to upload it somewhere. Send it to me, Porsche. I'm gonna put it on my I'll put it on my road or something, in my pocket, my stream deck or something like that. Shout out to Universal for the stream deck. It should really come in handy. I've even suggested it to other people to use it. And I know you're in New York. So what I would say to you is this. You remember Tracy? Kim and Case, I wish you would come up. You remember Tracy? You remember the advice I tried to give Tracy? I think it would have worked for him. But let's say you got a tenant in a building in their own self-contained apartment. I think it's the power of persuasion. That's when your mental gymnastics are really going to have to come into play, because I think they have the upper hand on you. So I think that what you need to do is really talk to them and give them an offer they can't refuse, because ultimately they're going to have to move. So what you need to do is expedite it. And in New York, with the technocratic government, you need to keep them out of the system. That's goal number one. Keep them out of the system, and then try to negotiate with them outside the system. Once they get in the system, as soon as they walk in the front door, they have home field advantage there. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. I don't provide air conditioning. I don't have long-term guests anymore. And what I think this is going to do is push people toward short-term guests. Because with short-term guests, you don't have those requirements. You can provide them, but you don't have to provide them. And I think that is the kind of the loophole in the law. So with Airbnb guests or short-term guests, yeah, I provide air conditioning. But in DC, you don't have to provide air conditioning, but most tenants are going to require it. And so what happens when it breaks down? Well, now you got to fix it. So if you provide it, now you got to fix it. So if you don't provide it, then you never had to fix it. But now New York is saying you got to provide it, which means you're going to have to fix it whenever it gets broken, and they are going to destroy it. And so this is going to make it much more expensive for poor people to find housing. Every rule they put into place almost guarantees that the price of housing will get expensive. Because if you got to provide air conditioning, then they're going to leave it on. They're going to bang up against it, tear it up, blah, 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 right? If they had to provide their own window unit, then, well, they probably would take more care of it. So there you go there. Did you hear about Floyd? Yeah, I saw that coming on. As I said to you, as you can see what Kimmy Case had in the chat here. And you can see the videos that I played earlier, bro. He just entered into the devil's nest here of landlord regulation that can be, really enforced. As I told you, I gave you an example about my alley. Ain't no alleys in New York. You can't do a lot of the hanky-panky that you can do in New York, that you can do here in New York City. It's a very technocratic city and can't do those type of things. Do you plan on if anything comes available? I got a garage right now that I'm really working on. I have a tenant in half of it, and the auto mechanic that rents my room, that was rents a room for me, that was cleaning up the shit behind the other guy. He is he's an auto mechanic, very good auto mechanic, as he said. So I may leave I may rent out the other side of the garage to him. But I do have some architectural drawings for the garage to turn into like an apartment building. DC now allows accessible dwelling units. So in other words, you can live in an alley. If you have a unit, you can build a unit in the alley and allow people to live in the alley. That's a new, I guess you could say they relaxed the law because of the housing crunch there. But most people that are able to build a unit in the alley, it's not going to be low income housing there. The good news is tenant cannot, so keeping them out the system should be the first step. Well, a tenant can start a housing court case. If they're savvy, they really can. Like, most housing is not in compliance. Most housing, wherever you live, is probably not in compliance, no matter how nice your house is. And even if it is, someone could just destroy something, take the smoke detector down and say the house is not in compliance. And then the landlord has to, he gets taken to court, and the tenant can say the smoke detectors don't work. It's not his responsibility to put them up, or he could damage the door, anything. And so a tenant can initiate action on you in terms of landlord-tenant code. So that's not necessarily accurate there. Portia says that was amazing. What was amazing? Oh, maybe it's Trope's video. Oh, the second attachment. All right. Guys, we had a long day today. I probably done. Let me see how long that video was earlier today. How long was that video? Whenever I go live, I always go a little bit longer than I expect to go. I'm still waiting on a little bit of feedback from you guys about the kind of the layout of the other show when I go live from OBS there. So when I went live, how long was it? Oh shit, it was 2 hours exactly. We're right at 200 views, so that's perfect. All right, perfect. And the legs, all right. John Galt from government. What do you mean from government regulation? You know, there's a guy I want to call, honestly. I'm gonna tell you the backstory of this guy. Give me a second to see if he take my call. He may not. Let's see. I don't know him very well. Let's see if he answers. I actually want to hear from this guy.
The call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Damn, I want to hear from this guy, honestly. There's one more guy I want to call. Give me 1 second. What is wrong with this shit?
Call has been mailed. The person you're trying to reach.
One more call I wanted to make. I'm trying to reach some of these people. Damn, give me 1 second. One second here. Oh, whatever. I can't find this fucking number. But anyway, guys, it's been a beautiful thing. We did 2 hours here, 4 hours there. This is 6.5 hours, Jungle. You had a full day of Jungle, a full work day here. Unless you have some topics you want me to cover, you have any questions, I can answer those questions while I'm here. Otherwise, I give you guys about 10 minutes or so. I'll wind it down. Cover a couple things, and then I get out of here. A trailer park, I think there will be some ownership involved. I think what we are likely to see is kind of like tent cities where there really isn't much ownership involved. Maybe no utilities, right? Shantytown. That's what I think. South Africa is a model, in my opinion. You ever seen in South Africa where they take over land? They take over the land. They're just like, no, yo, there's no utilities here, but we're just gonna take over and start like building 10 shanties. And so that's what I think will happen in the States here. That's my thoughts. I mean, you heard Philippe. What did Philippe say? Like, yo, he's not renting black people. How many people have the same sentiments as Philippe? Probably a lot. So now what? What does that lead you to? Well, certain groups of people are going to have a hard time finding housing unless they have a lot of money. And so you heard the other clip where the guy says, if you have money, you'll be able to find housing. So if you don't have money, well, get in where you fit in. Anyway, here's another kind of article kind of highlighting what I'm saying. Let me see if I can find it. Here's a video. Let's see. Let's see. Here's a video here. Let's see. Yeah, here's a video here. And so this is where I think America's kind of headed here. Let's take a look. You can see that cardboard sign there. It's kind of like a proof of a lack of evidence of like a government type protests. There's no USAID backing these protests here.
And I'm good studies to continue with their studies in the University of
Dane Nixon said, man, I can't stop them, bro. How many blunts have I shown you in the window sills of houses? Right? How many blunts? There's probably a stream up on the channel right now, short. Let me see if there's a short up there. It's probably yeah, it's got to be a short up there somewhere. Let's see. It's got to be a short somewhere. TP your channel. Let's see. Oh yeah, it may be this video right here. Oh no, it's this video right here. Let's see. Look. One of the most interesting checkouts from an Airbnb guest, as you can see the room. This is kind of how it looks. How it looks after checkout. You see here. This is the room here. You see one of the things here that blacks tend to do is use the windowsill as an ashtray. So you see blunts in the ashtray. You know, Philippe called me the other day. He was like, yo, bro. The nigga had a full house and he was smoking blunts in the window. And they were burning the blinds. I said, nigga, blind? You like, nigga. Niggas are like, nigga, it's like niggas hate blinds. They like, tear them up. Right? Blunts, window open, winter time. The window is the ashtray. Blackstone use ashtrays. But one of the most interesting things I've never seen in an Airbnb before from an Airbnb guest is this. An Airbnb guest brought in a dresser into my house. I've never seen that before. This was the guest, the black guest, and the woman, man and woman, and they had a baby in here, the baby that they said they're going to get rid of. So they totally rearranged the room, as you can see here. Black Airbnb guests at their finest here. This may be one of them. So yeah, they'll smoke, man. They'll smoke out the window. Darian Nixon, you know, they don't fucking follow no rules. And the craziest thing, if I reported to Airbnb, they said, "Well, prove it." I said, "Well, how the fuck do you prove a smell?" I don't know, man. Anyway, you got Portia. She said she wants to do a stream. Yeah. You know what hit me to South Africa, Portia, was a documentary I watched. It was about the farm murders. And maybe we could do a critique of the farm murders. It's on YouTube. South African farmers, some of the most brutal shit you ever seen. Like, they don't just kill the people, they go in there and just torture their ass. So maybe we could do a critique on that and what's going on in South Africa, and we could connect it to Trump and why he's offering those people refugee status, because that has been something that has been talked about for a long time, that shit whites in South Africa be offered refugee status. And it might be very interesting for the stream. What do you guys think? Has anyone seen the or anyone familiar with the refugee status of the whites, how the blacks are going there killing the Africans? Yeah. Doomsa. I don't know what they call it in South Africa, but yeah, they do have a limited hours. But guys, man, it's been great. Shit, I've done. It's 5 hours here, 2 hours there, 7 hours jungle, and I think I want to say, guys, make sure you support the channel. We have many ways you can see a banner here. $10 a day for Portia J, so on and so forth. I ain't gonna repeat it over again. But again, thank you guys for joining. The whites have to go to Orania, and not many of them want to go there. They want to live the cosmopolitan lifestyle in Durban and what's the other one? Joburg. So anyway, thanks, Portia. Thanks, Portia. And Stanley may be live at some point. So guys, support the channel. Check in for Stanley later. I hope you enjoyed the 2 streams we had going on here today. Thanks again.
Feel like I should go. 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 Feel like I should go.